I technically don't know this, so what the
we're
fuck do I do?
live.
Hi,
Exactly.
Rogen.
Yep.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
All right. I was just talking with them, and I was like, hey, can you remind me what happened last episode? And they very kindly reminded me that where we left off, you guys were bringing the Partingtons up to speed, and you were about to go to the forest. And I tried to say it as not leading away as possible, but I think I failed. I said, anything else you guys are wanting to take care of before you go into the forest? Anything you might have forgotten? Any dates or meetings that you meant to keep at all?
By emphasizing that you aren't leading us with that question, you're just leading us even more.
Anything you need to do, just let me know.
It just makes it sound like you get to that point in a video game where you're about to go into like pretty much what is like the boss encounter, and there's that little pop-up notification that says, you know, make sure you've done everything you want. You cannot come back after crossing this point in time.
Yeah. I don't mean it to sound like that, because the odds of you making it out of the forest are pretty good, but I just want to make sure that you guys aren't forgetting anything, like a date with a certain Partington person, or forgetting to talk to someone, or looking up something like this.
Well, the good news is that the Partingtons are coming with us, so we can have a date in the forest if we want.
It's true. We can have a picnic.
Danger picnic.
It's the best kind of picnic.
Okay, so Arby was talking to about what's happening with his family. Sorry, I'm literally listening to the end of the last episode that we did to make sure that we're not forgetting anything.
Last episode was very lore heavy. We left off with Gaius speaking with his brother, breaking the news that he had made a pact with Loridia, but to his surprise, Lionel was on board with it, and just cautioned him to be careful. And then Gaius went and visited Angharad, who was in the hospital after an attempt on her life, and checked in with Heathcliff, the sea captain / monster hunter, who had gone mad on the seas and had explained in detail how there had been a voice telling him to dive. Not die, just dive. And it drove him crazy, but he's doing better now, and he and Angharad have been keeping each other company in the hospital, etc. And then, man, Maddie and Sainari, you guys were at the Eyes headquarters, but you had already wrapped up there 2 episodes ago, I think. So everybody was meeting in Gaius's apartment, and our Belriel had a very tense meeting. Oh, our Belriel first off had gone snooping in his groundkeeper's room, Emily Cunningham. Gone snooping in there, found something a little weird, and then had organized a meeting with his parents, which went super not great, because no offense, your parents are kind of assholes. And then everybody was kind of meeting up at Gaius's house along with the Partingtons and just bringing everybody up to speed. And I believe they had come to the conclusion that they were wanting to finally step foot in the Vivarius forest, very dangerous, magically inclined forest. And that's what prompted me to say, is there anything else you guys are wanting to take care of before you go into the forest today?
I do have a question about the stuff that we shared with each other.
Mhm.
Gaius had learned that Angharad came from the forest, that her parents found her there as a baby. Did he share that with the group or not?
Nope.
Okay.
Anything else?
A part of me wants to speak to my parents, but I feel like that would go poorly.
You can talk to them. If it goes poorly, that's how it was meant to go. And speaking of how it was meant to go, thanks for reminding me. I gotta get my dice out.
Oh, thanks for reminding me.
My dice is ready.
Yay. I guess just let me know if you do indeed want to do that, Maddie. Otherwise,
I'm gonna roll for it.
Sure, roll for it.
That never ends well.
How dare you doubt me? And my confetti dice.
How's that one treating you?
I got a 10. I was gonna do like 1 through 10, no. 11 through 20, yes. So I think I'm gonna wait a little bit longer. Unless anyone else wants to come with me. No? Okay.
I mean, I as the player do, but I
Yeah.
don't see a reason why RB wouldn't, or RB
Yeah.
would rather.
I understand. Oh,
And Sanari is just hyperfixated now on the forest.
yeah,
What would you talk with your parents about, out of curiosity?
I don't even know, really. That's part of the problem. I need to think about it more, so I'll think about it more in the forest.
Okay. You guys want to go to the forest?
Well, I think RB will pose the question to everybody here.
Want to go to the forest?
Given that we're about to head into danger and a lot of unknowns to us in particular, would it be beneficial to us to loop in Esperanza on what's going on?
I'm so sorry.
Hey,
Esperanza.
Mr. Holt.
Thank you.
It would.
Yes, we should.
I mean, it
Sorry.
couldn't hurt.
I will rely on the people that know Esperanza and just kind of gesture at Marina.
Okay, I'm going to cut in. I wanted to follow up because you guys had mentioned last episode that you wanted to also loop in the Partington's aunt who actually lives in the forest.
Oh,
Are you
thought it
still
was-
doing that?
Yeah, I thought it was assumed that would be the first stop, like that, like, you know, we go with, like, we just go like, okay, we're gonna go to the forest, let's go get your aunt.
Oh, yeah, I assumed it was going to go that way as well.
Yeah.
Like, going to the forest meant first
Well,
going
I mean,
to...
I assumed that Arbelio was going to pick Avros up for their date, and look where that happened.
Damn.
That's fair.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to tease you. Yeah, okay, so where are you guys headed first? I have separate dice for all of my favorite characters.
which one is closest to us? Let's see.
You're at Gaius's house right now. I guess
I think the
You wanted
Partingtons
to-
are close. The Partington estate is closest to where we're at right now.
no.
No?
No, you're very much in the cosmopolitan heart of the city that kind of straddles the line of both the lower edge and the upper crust. The Partington estate is very much higher up in the ranks of the city, like up in the upper crust.
You're right.
Thank you. I would say that the school is actually closer because that also is very much in the heart of the city.
Why don't we stop by the school on our way to their state then?
That sounds good. Hopefully, Headmistress Holt has some information regarding both the Nightlock and Nightwing and the forest.
I concur with this train of thought.
I think, give me 2 seconds. Whoops, wrong dice. I think Marina probably turns to Avros and kind of gives him a look. And then she says, it might be prudent for us to go ahead to our home to sort of maybe fill our aunt in on what's going on. And then we can just be ready to go once you guys get to our home.
Okay, where do you want to meet up? Just
I mean-
at your home?
Yes, our estate is right, kind of shares the border to the forest, so.
I also concur with this line of thought.
That's good to hear.
Gaius just like looks over at Sonari and just like shrugs at her.
And just like, Yeah, you guys sound like you're doing important things. I should sound important while I'm doing it.
Okay.
Tanari is bored. She's so bored. She's like, why are we? She's like, we already made a decision. Why are we waiting?
Why are we making a plan? Let's just go.
Yeah. That is very much like logic tells her the plan should be made, but the ADHD is ADHDing.
Okay. Well, you guys can step out of Gaius's house, and the Partingtons will head higher up north to the upper crust to their estate, and you guys could head on your way to the school then. Can I get perception checks from everybody?
Yeah.
Are we looking
Maybe.
for the?
No.
Are we looking for the spiders?
If you want to, but this doesn't have anything to do with that.
Thanks for giving her that idea.
Well, I don't perceive shit. I'm at a 5.
I'm just gonna assume anytime that you ask for a perception check, Gaius is just gonna fail.
Yeah.
I got an 11.
Wow.
17.
Okay.
21.
Okay.
You two fucking know what you're doing.
As you guys step out of Gaius's house, you're reminded once again how incredibly full of life and busy the streets of Sargenty's like cosmopolitan center is. And there's people walking every which way. I believe it's a Saturday now. And so it's just a very busy day of the week. The sun is shining. Nobody has any idea that there was an attempt on the life of Angharad Tuft the night before. How would they? That's all for rich people. They don't even know who she is, etc. You guys make your way through the streets towards the school. And as you do, you pass by, familiar sites like the Rabbit's Foot. You pass by the Found Familiar, the animal shelter home, or I guess the familiar shelter home that you had heard of before. You pass by various storefronts selling various bits and bobs here and there, as well as an apothecary shop. And I think Gaius and Sinari are just kind of like yapping and just kind of not really paying attention. But maybe it's because our Belriel and Maddie keep a little bit more to themselves, but they're keeping an eye out on the street. And as they look out, they seem to notice almost at the same time that the door to a small hole in the wall sort of shop opens. And it's a little shop called the Healing Grove. I would say that if you want, you guys can do a history check for me.
I got a 12.
Okay. It's still okay.
I got a nat 20 for 27.
Nice. Maddie, you look and you're like, oh, the Healing Grove. I've heard of that before. It's a pretty well-to-do apothecary shop selling various like ointments and cure-alls, etc., healing potions. And also they've kind of branched out into more maybe not esoteric sorts of healing, but kind of a little wacky as well, like this thing called like acupuncture. You've heard that people get stabbed for it. It sounds weird as fuck. Other people swear by it. You don't know, whatever. But it's pretty well known. Our Belriel, I would say that not only with your perception check, but also with your knowledge, you see a figure come. Remind me what you got in your perception check. Sorry.
21.
Yeah, you see a figure coming out, sort of clutching something to their chest with their hood up. And you're like, that's weird. It's a sunny day, high 60s. You don't really need a traveling cloak out. And you recognize kind of a stray strand of hair with that reddish gold color. And you remember that that hair looks very familiar to someone that you know as Florence Sapphire. It's kind of like clicking for you. Like last time you saw Florence, she was looking pretty shitty. And here she is coming out of an apothecary store. Just traveling slowly through the crowd away from the shop.
Are we close enough where it wouldn't be weird for me to call out to her? Like we're a distance apart where familiar people, if they see each other across a crowd, they, just call out. I don't want to like shout out across a street and a half.
I would say that kind of
but
like you guys are going like kind of perpendicular, like part like as you're going. And so
Okay.
you could still flag her down and it wouldn't be weird.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna call out to her. Florence, is that you over there? Surprised to see you at this end of town.
You see this figure kind of stiffen and glance over her shoulder and kind of pick up her pace.
I'm still gonna do my best to continue playing the innocent pedestrian and like pick up my pace. Hey, maybe they didn't hear me, and keep calling out her name.
Give me 1 second here. Oh, where are you going, bud? Give me dexterity roll real quick.
That is not something I'm great at, but the dice have different ideas. 18.
She's trying to twist her way through these throngs of people. It's market day. It's very busy. And she's got a pretty like run-of-the-mill cloak on right now. You can probably infer that she's trying not to be noticed. Because a lady of Lady Adira, like a maid of Lady Adira, wouldn't wear something so common. But she's trying to weave her way through these people, and she's not doing all that best. So if you are also following after her, you could catch up to her in a mere moments.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go after her. But I don't want to stop her in the middle of a big crowd. So if I can keep pace with her, I'll kind of wait until the crowd breaks a little bit, and because I don't want to like embarrass her in front of a bunch of people or anything like that.
But you're following her?
Yeah.
Okay. What's everybody else doing?
I noticed
As you see Arby just kind of peel off.
I was going,
Yeah.
where the fuck's he going? That's not the way to the forest or anywhere.
Or the school.
He's
And I'm just like
following someone.
I just go, okay. And I was go, oh, we're following someone? Bet. And I just like immediately go off because I'm like, this is the shit I do. And I just immediately I'll go to follow him and follow her.
Guys just looks over to Maddie. He's like, and we're doing this now.
Yeah, I guess there's also an apothecary right there. I don't know if you've noticed. I think that maybe we could look up to get some like health potions or something.
Let's wrangle these two in first, and then we could come back and maybe check it out.
Good plan.
Okay, so Sinari peels off after Arbeliel quite quickly, and with you guys kind of following behind. And Arby, as you are following after her, you see she kind of cuts across the crowd awkwardly and slips into an alley a little ways off of the main market square.
And that's when I'll close the distance and try and like not forcefully grab her by the shoulder, but like put my hand on her shoulder to be like, hey, I got you type of thing.
Tag
she I think you put your hand on her shoulder and she jumps a little and tries to twist out of it. But as she does, she turns to you and you see full on her face. And as you look her square in the face as her hood falls back a little bit, I would say that you notice that she's doing a lot worse than what you remember. Like previously, she looked very sick and tired, a little bit of a cough, a little pallid in her coloring. But now you see red rimmed eyes, really like no color to her face, like her lips are white. And on like give me a perception check, please. And I'll say you can do this with advantage because you're so close to her.
Thank you for that advantage. That turned a 2 into a 17.
Okay. You can see from this close that she has a bit of a high neck on her dress here, but underneath you can see some kind of skin condition appearing. And if you give me a history check, I'll let you do it with advantage because you were in Headmistress Holt's office when she was looking over that body.
That's a 21.
Great. You recognize that the skin thing under her neck, it looks like kind of like a really terrible rash, but as you peer closer, you can see it's almost like there's openings in her skin there, like almost like enlarged pores, but it reminds you very much of that dead man that you saw in Headmistress Holt's office, where it looked like kind of like a hive, sort of like where bees kind of hang out, or like, you know, like pocketed holes like coral in the ocean or something. And it looks like the beginnings of that. And as she looks up at you, she looks fearful, but I think she probably tries to play it off and be like, "Oh, Lord Arbelriel, I did not see you. Sorry, how are you today? Are you enjoying the market?"
Um, yes, the market's fine. Florence, how are you?
How am I what? Asked her.
How are you feeling,
Oh,
Florence?
she kind of pulls her hood to cover her neck, but she goes, "I've been feeling a little under the weather. Lady Adira has been kind enough to give me a leave of absence as I've not been feeling so well. But I am hoping to, some bed rest will do me well."
Can I do an insight check on her to try and figure out if she knows what's wrong with her? Like if she understands that this isn't just a cold or a flu or something.
Totally, yeah. You can give me an insight check.
15.
Okay. You can tell that she is not being entirely truthful. You can tell that she seems very aware that this is not just a common cold. And you can probably infer that she's trying to hide her symptoms from not just you, but pretty much anybody.
So you're feeling under the weather. That's why you were coming out of the apothecary, I take it.
No, actually, because they don't really have anything for, common cold. So I was just picking something up for a friend of mine.
I see. You don't forgive my forwardness, Florence. You don't look well.
I told you I'm under the weather. I know I don't look well. She looks a little like insulted by that. Like I know.
Would I have caught up by this point?
I think so, but it's your call if you want to be hidden or if you want to just burst on and be
I-
like, "Hi, I'm Sainori."
No, I absolutely was gonna be stealth. Like, I just want to like say that. Like, I want to say that whenever I arrive, I immediately stealth in and try
Okay.
to stealth like behind her, so that like because like obviously this looks like it's an important enough conversation that Sayonara wants to be ready in case she tries to like run the fuck away. So she's
Sure.
gonna try and like just stealth to a point. Like, I don't know if there's like a ye olde dumpster there.
Ye old
I just hide.
dumpster? Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
ye old dumpster. Can you give me a stealth check though?
Yes, I can. Because it is one of the things that I am
Mm.
I am good at.
I like how you went great or good at.
Well, but I am good at it. I am proficient at it, but it depends on the dice. The dice is good. It is an 18 plus 5, so that's 23.
You stealth in. Obviously, since you're behind her, she won't hear anything, but do you kind of make it known to our burial that you're there?
I just want to imagine that like Abby had no idea that I was there, like had no but like at one point while she's saying I'm fine, I don't know what you're talking about, he just kind of like glances over her shoulder and she like sees like just the little head of a little tiefling just pop up, look at him and give a big blink and then just goes back down.
Sainari, could you give me a perception check, please?
Okay, that she perception is wisdom, so it's only a 1 plus 14. 15. 15. 14 plus 1
Oh,
is
I
15.
got a 1.
No, I was looking at how badly her
Sure.
thing was.
You can see that behind her back, she's trying to hide something behind her back from our burial, like very casually, like just like how you would address nobility with like a very sort of hands behind the back
Can I
stance,
see?
but you can see what she's hiding a bottle in her hand.
Can I
And
read it from
there's
here, or is it like do I need glasses?
no, I was gonna say you can probably read it from here. It's a little green bottle, and there's some parchment on the outside that says disguise.
And as someone who is a rogue, I should be familiar with disguise shit. Do I even have a disguise kit? No, I'm not that kind of rogue.
What are you trying to do?
I was just gonna say, like, see if, like, if I could actually, like, do a history, no, what it, no, medicine check?
If you want, you can give me I guess you could give me like an intelligence check. Or maybe not intelligence, but give me 1 second.
No, I'm good with intelligence. Intelligence is great. I'm good with intelligence.
No, you know what? I'm gonna change my mind. No, just kidding. You can either do medicine or intelligence.
I do intelligence. I have a +4 in it. I have a +4 in intelligence. I'm smarter than I look. Smarter than the average bugbear.
Oh, like Winnie the Pooh.
18.
Okay. You know from just your time with the eyes that for those who cannot magically disguise themselves or don't have disguise kits, sometimes people do. You said you got a 18?
Yeah.
Sometimes people do turn to elixirs of sorts to disguise themselves, but they're very short-lived. And they can cause sneezing, diarrhea, vomiting, heartburn, possibly death.
So just like a regular medication in the US, got it. So I want to. This would possibly be funny. How good would I have to roll to sneak it out of her hand without her noticing?
That would be a super high DC because it's actually in her hand and she's actively trying to hide it from our burial.
Do I have a bottle I could switch it out for so she
It's
thinks
in
I
her hand, dude. I'm gonna say you
I
can
can't
roll.
I can't do it, Indiana Jones.
No, because it's in her hand. You would have to like her hand, dude.
Okay,
If it
okay.
was hanging on her hip, sure.
Okay.
And that would be so easy if it was just hanging on her hip, but it's in her hand. You can't just sneakily take something out of someone's hand. You could
But
cause a distraction to cause her to drop it. You could, I don't know, get some help from
it
our
was
Bellriel to do it. I don't know, but you can
it would have just been funny. Okay.
listen, I'm laughing, but unless you can tell me a reason as to how she would not be able to notice that, her sole focus is keeping that in her hand and away from our Bellriel, then I
Am I a tiefling that got thaumaturgy? I don't think I have it. No, damn it. I don't want to jump out and scare her yet. It's fun.
while
It's
this
fun.
yeah.
It's fun to do that. Like, after I plucked it out of her hand and go, "Hey, what you got here?" But
While you're kind of debating over that, our Bellriel,
yeah.
are you saying anything?
Yeah. So kind of looks at her with a genuine look of concern on his face. Like she's always been a very kind person to him, so he doesn't want to look forceful or angry or anything. Just he wants to be kind in return. So he looked at her and said, Florence, I don't claim to understand what you're going through at the moment, but I am on my way to someone that I think could help you.
Give me persuasion. And you can actually I'll just have you roll that straight.
Wait, I do have thaumaturgy.
Persuasion. Oh, I have a +8 in persuasion. It's number of the day, 21.
I think she kind of deflates and she unadopts that stance and brings her hands up to the front of her, like clutching that bottle to her chest, and she goes, I'm well aware that nothing can be done for me at this point. And so, unless your friend can provide safe passage out of Sargenty and past country lines without being stopped and forced into quarantine, then there's nothing for me here.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if she actually could offer those things. I obviously couldn't guarantee any of that. But what if your condition could at least provide knowledge that might be able to help others?
Give me an insight check.
That is only a 10.
And I'll take a persuasion check as well with that. And I'll do it I'll have you do it at disadvantage.
Wow. That was a 19 and an 18 on those two die. So that is 26.
I had you do it at disadvantage because when you look into her face, you see that the fact that you said that made her really angry for some reason. And she says, I am frankly sick and tired of always helping other people. And no one's ever helping me. She goes, I know that I'm sick. I know that they're rounding up sick people and depositing them for quarantine at the church, and they're working on a cure. But I know from my friends that no cure is coming. And how soon will it be until we're just deposited on the street unmass in just piles of corpses just to be swept away the next day. She goes, I'm getting out of here and I'm going to go search for my luck elsewhere. And then she kind of looks a little chagrined. She goes, I don't mean to berate you, Lord Arbelriel. You've always been very kind to me, but I fear there's no hope.
I think I understand. I can't put myself in your shoes, but I think I do understand your perspective.
Mo, sorry,
Mhm.
quick question for God. What is the Eyes' position on how they handle plague victims? Do they follow standard like city procedure of throwing people straight to the quarantine, or do they handle it in their own way? Because I actually don't remember what happened, like how he handled Gabriel's brother.
Well, you know for a fact, just from talking with Gabriel, that Gabriel's brother is in quarantine right now. River's been in quarantine, and he's not getting better. And I think Gaius actually spoke with Lionel about kind of the natural progression of this disease, where they're not really sure what the next trigger is that brings them to the next stage of this plague as it progresses through its victims. But it seems that River's been kind of stuck at a very precarious stage for a while. And that's partially why Gabriel was so desperate. But the Eyes know that while they may abhor governmental regulations and all of that stuff and the natural corrupt oligarchy of Sargenty, they don't have the means to try and find a cure. They're not very like science-based in that way. So you believe it probably was an executive decision to have River in quarantine. And you know, just from your friendship with Gabriel, that while Gabriel was at the Eyes headquarters with you, like as an Eyes member, his brother River stayed at sort of like a boarding house, not like a boarding house, but like a sort of home for people who don't have a lot of income. And Gabriel housed him there and would go and, you know, bring him food and all that stuff and check in on him as a big brother, as they don't have parents. So he didn't
But
really know how he caught it, but that he was already in the lower edge when it happens. And the quarantine's very much all over the lower edge right now. So it's not
the
like River
boarding
makes a
house,
lot of treks out into the upper crust.
is it in the quarantine zone or is it
Yes.
okay? So because so there goes an idea that Tanari possibly could offer Eyes help to get out of the city because of the eye, but because like
Well, here's the thing. You could offer a way to sneak her out, if you wanted to. It's just that it would, in terms of health and safety, I mean,
that's the only other thing. It's just like we still don't know how this thing is spread. So if she leaves the city, like it's going to possibly like, you know,
yeah.
so I kind of want to pop out at this point and kind of just say, I completely get being
She's like,
tired
oh
of
my
helping
gosh,
people. Oh
where did
yeah,
you come
so
from?
the dumb stuff. It's okay.
She's a friend. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Sorry. Like I was overhearing everything and I just want to say like my heart goes out to you. It really does. I understand being in a situation where having to help people all the time drains on you, especially when you're putting everything into looking after others. My own father is sick and it sometimes feels like I have to scrounge for every bit of assistance I can get to help him after I've given all my life to helping others and their ideals. So I completely get this. And I understand that you're scared. But leaving is not going to help. The reason why the reason why people are put, we don't know how this spreads. What if when you leave, it affects an innocent family, an innocent child, someone else loses a loved one, and then they spread it onto others, and then it's not just Sargenty anymore, it's the entire... Are we still in that? I'm sorry, pausing my speech. We're in Faerun, right? Are we in, like, near the Sword Coast? I know Sargenty's the city, but it's the big area
Actually,
of the
it's
country.
not really in anything established. It's kind of just
Okay, so I would just say, then it spreads to all the other surrounding lands around Sargenty.
Mhm.
And you can be tired of helping people, but if you're a good enough person to be helping people, that sort of guilt weighs on you. And you don't want that. We can help. We can find a place to help you. We can ensure that you're not put into those quarantine zones. I know people who are in there. I know why you're scared of them. We can keep you away, keep you out of that. But please, please don't leave the city.
Give me persuasion with advantage.
Okay. And my persuasion is, if I can get back to it. Persuasion is +6. Fuck you. Fuck yes. Charisma 24.
As you are speaking to her, someone who has never met her before and doesn't know her from anybody else, I think the fact that you care enough kind of causes her to sort of crumble a little bit, and you see tears in her already red-rimmed eyes. And she goes, "I'm so sorry."
I kind of like, I open my arms a bit, like as an offer if she wants a hug, but I won't like force her. I'll just be like, it's okay.
She kind of goes like, "I don't know how contagious I am." She goes, "But thank you. I realized that in my grief I was incredibly selfish." And she kind of fixes you both with a very steely look. She goes, "If you can promise that I won't just be made into like some sort of science experiment and I won't be put in a quarantine zone, I'll follow you."
I'll make that promise. And I like side eye Burial, and it's like, I'll make that promise. You?
I think he gives you a look that's like, I mean, I don't know what kind of things Esperanza does, but
I'm just like,
he does look back at Florence and give her a nod.
And probably Gaius and Maddie are already here, right?
I was gonna ask you, did we track them down?
Yeah, I'm sure
Okay.
you did. Probably a while ago, but I'm sure you caught enough of what happened. And she's like, "Hello, Lord Tybalt and Lady Fitzgerald, I'm so sorry." It's like, "Sorry. This is a bad day."
Seems
I
like it.
go through my pockets. I pull out. I pull out one of the guys' blindfolds that I got earlier. It's like, here, and use it like it's like here's a hanky.
She goes, "Thank you." Oh, sorry, I'm so congested.
That was a really good sound effect. Dang.
Thanks.
Um,
So yeah, she goes, "Well, I wasted my week's earnings on this," but she holds it out to you guys.
And I will take that.
How about a trade? And I'll just take off one of the rings that I'm wearing. which is like a gold ring, fairly plain gold ring, and I'll hand it to her in exchange for the potion.
Thank you. I've never received a ring from a gentleman before.
Oh, it's Arby, so it's not a gentleman. Sanari says that without thinking. And Sanari says that without thinking, and she goes, I'm joking, sorry, force a habit.
She goes, where do you think I should go, or where are you going?
We are headed to see Esperanza Holt, the headmistress of the school.
But we're also going to the Partington estate.
Yes, we will be heading to the Partington estate immediately afterwards. But Esperanza has been studying this affliction extensively, so she can at least perhaps help guide you in your next steps.
I don't think I can go back to the Partington estate until I'm better. I haven't even told Miss Marina what's been going on.
Would
you
probably thinking
Go-
the same thing.
No, you go ahead.
Would you like one of us to tell them, or just keep it a secret? Okay,
Please just keep it a secret.
of course.
I don't want to worry her unnecessarily, and she's the sort of person where she realizes that when there's nothing she can do, she gets upset. And I don't want to upset her.
I just want to, I just go, Arby, do you mind if I just, talk to you for a second? Maddie, Gaius, perhaps you could take Florence back to your, Gaius's place so that, we can wait for the carriage, go get the carriage there.
Oh, I thought you guys were walking to the school where
are.
the headmistress is.
Oh, is the school in walking distance? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We can start walking, but I'm sure you two can catch up to us.
Yeah,
We'll walk slow.
I just wanted to sort out Arby without having Florence listening in and possibly getting her concerned. I'd just be like, what? Can you be 100% sure that Miss Holt's not going to experiment on her? Can you, how sure can we that she can be trusted?
She doesn't strike me as the experiment on living people type of person.
Well, they're not going to advertise it.
Well, she's revealed some things to me that I feel like are fairly secretive. So there is at least some amount of trust there. And her field of expertise, I think, is not the type to... How do I phrase this? That's... She's quite adept at necromancy.
So she's good with ones that are already dead.
She is, yes. But what she has shown me is that she... I have a problem where I can't reveal everything.
Okay.
Because I can't tell you why. This is interesting.
Look, okay, so clearly there is some magic voodoo, hoodoo, whatever it is, going
It's
on.
not that I don't trust you. It's that we don't have deep trust quite yet.
Oh, 100% agreed. This is something that we agree on. It's kind of the basis of our semi-antagonistic friendship, and that's kind of how I like it at the moment. So don't worry, I get it. Yeah, see, we don't like each other, but we get it. The thing is, I just need you to guarantee me that that Miss Holt has incentive, a personal incentive to keep the people that she's helping alive, and isn't one of these necromancers who thinks it doesn't matter if she dies, I'll just bring her back anyway.
I I quite like Florence. She's always been very kind to me in particular, and I would not direct her to Esperanza if I did not believe that Esperanza could guide her in a positive way.
Okay. I'm keeping you to that. And if anything happens to Florence under Mr. Held, I'm taking it out on your ass. And then I start.
Can we add the caveat to that? There
The
is
ass is
probably several things that Esperanza has not told me about herself. So if one of those factors into what happens to Florence, it's not my fault.
Oh yeah, it's not your fault now when I ask you, like, do you trust her? It's not my fault that she turned out to be a secret supervillain with a hidden lair.
I do trust her, but we all have our secrets.
And you know she has a hidden lair.
That is my
Yes.
point. That is my point.
I think she can help.
I think as you guys are discussing this, Florence is kind of shuffling alongside you and Gaius, Maddie, and she turns to you and she goes, I don't think I've ever actually introduced myself before, Miss Fitzgerald, but my name is Florence Sapphire, and I'm Lady Yadira's maid-in-waiting. It's nice to finally meet you.
Yes, it's lovely to meet you too.
She kind of pauses for a minute as if sort of choosing her words. She goes, I know that Miss Marina has mentioned a couple times how she enjoys talking with you. Seems that you're very intelligent, at least to her, and she appreciates that.
That's wonderful to hear. And she just, like, blushes slightly, but, like, tries so hard to be, like, trying not to be a little squeaky.
Are you ill, Miss Fitzgerald?
No, I'm all right. Just a lot of walking around today.
Your constitution must be faltering a little bit, making you walk around in the sun like this without a parasol. And she, from behind her, she whips out a lace parasol and holds it up over you. And she goes like, there you go.
Thank you.
It seems like to be something just out of habit to like care for another young lady like that.
Yeah.
Your complexion will darken and freckle, and that's a good way to get sun cancer.
Yes.
Does she even notice that? Sorry, it's a good way for your complexion to darken and freckle and get sun cancer. It's just like, she's a tiefling, right? There is some form of fire resistance.
Yeah, but not cancer resistance. Like, I don't know.
Wear your sunscreen.
I do.
Good. So she's walking alongside you, holding a parasol over your head while she's like into her own hand.
Would you like me to hold that, or
a lady shouldn't hold her own parasol?
In her brain, she's like, I'm trying to help you. You're coughing and you can't like be holding. You are shuffling. It's fine.
It seems to just be ingrained in her.
Yeah.
Do you guys catch up to Gaius and Maddie by then? Okay. You guys
I think so,
approach.
yeah.
Go ahead, guys.
As soon as they catch up, Gaius sort of like lags behind and like catches Arby by the coat just to hold him back a second.
Yes.
Yes. What is it?
I wasn't muted.
Why aren't we taking her to the quarantine? It's the best place she can receive treatment.
Because I believe Esperanza can help her, or at least guide her.
Guide her where? Look, both you and I know Esperanza is very powerful in what she does. But her sickness, it requires more of a healer's touch.
I don't disagree. However, Florence was on the verge of fleeing the city entirely. I think getting her to agree to accompany us to see Esperanza is at least as much of a compromise as we can hope for the time being.
Maybe. She needs to be at the quarantine one way or another. Not because I fear this sickness, but it's her only chance of having somewhat of survival at the moment.
I would like to believe that she has more than just the one chance, but
I don't mean there's no other chance. I mean, my brother and the other clerics are the best chance to at least alleviate some of the pain she feels.
And perhaps we can convince her of that once we see Esperanza.
Right, but
I don't doubt your brother's skills.
let's keep an eye on her. She may try to flee.
I am prepared for that event.
You have something to seduce someone, not violently. Maybe put her to sleep.
In a way.
So hope it doesn't come to that.
Let us hope.
I think you guys at this point are approaching kind of the winding the fuck was that? Are kind of the winding black and white tower that indicates that you're at the school. And I need you guys to make a perception check with disadvantage, please. Or if you want, you can help someone who's good at perception to make it a straight roll.
Who has the highest wisdom?
I have a +2 to perception, but
I've got a +6, but I did already make my roll, so
Yeah.
I don't know if that
I already made my
factors
roll
in.
too.
Gotcha. No problem. What'd you guys get?
I haven't rolled yet. I apologize.
I got a 16.
Okay.
I got a 17.
Okay. Effie, are you rolling?
I'm waiting to see what Maddie does.
Okay.
If Maddie's gonna help someone or
What is your perception?
+1.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can roll it as a straight roll if you want. Or we could just both roll.
Nah, screw it,
This-
both roll.
Huh?
You can both roll.
Okay.
Okay, so that one was that. Okay, I got 17. I got a 16 and an 18.
I started rolling percentiles.
Hey, don't do that.
No.
Just your D20, friend.
Yep. Yep. 6.
Okay. You guys enter the courtyard of the Our Lady of Life Academy, and it's abandoned because it's a Saturday. And you sort of look around, and as you head up the stone steps, you arrive at Esperanza Holt's door.
I will give it a knock and then immediately see if it's unlocked.
As you raise your hand to knock, you hear a "Come in, come in."
I will open up the door and hold it for everyone else.
You see that Esperanza's at her desk, sort of filling out paperwork. And she looks up. She goes, "Oh, it's got a whole parade coming in today. To what do I owe the honor?" And she straightens up to her formidable height.
Once everyone is inside, I'll close the door behind us. And if it has a lock on it, I'll lock it just so we aren't interrupted by anyone. As we are going to talk about some sensitive things. Don't want random people walking in.
She goes, "Should I be concerned?"
I hope not.
All right. She goes, "I'll have you know that I am very versed in all sorts of magic, both
Oh,
benign
no.
and
It's
aggressive."
not that sort of meeting. No, we're here for your help, or at least
Oh, well,
for
why
some
didn't you
knowledge.
say that? You can't just walk into a room and lock the door with someone
I'm so
without giving a
sorry.
little bit of a heads up.
It's been an interesting couple of days.
She goes, yes. And she looks right at you guys. She goes, "I am very sorry about your friend. I hope she's doing better."
When I went to her last night, she was much better than she was in the library. She's
Homily
recovering.
is extremely talented. She has been giving me updates every couple hours, but I just wanted to extend my apologies to you.
I wanted to thank you for assisting in keeping her alive.
No, of course. She's just a young girl. It's just sad. But I assume that you all didn't come here just to talk about Miss Tuft. Unless you did, in which case I'm happy to talk about that. But I don't know her very well. She's been very sort of secluded.
No, we're actually here on a different matter. Well, two different matters now. I'm not sure if the two of you have formally met each other. Florence, this is Esperanza. Esperanza, this is Florence.
And before you can even say Esperanza, this is Florence, she extends her hand out. She goes, "Miss Sapphire." And Florence is like, "Oh, hello." She goes, "I know that you've worked for a very long time for Mrs. Partington, correct?" And she goes, "Yes, about 10 years now." She goes, "What a boon it is to have you in a household like that. I know that you work very hard." And you see Florence kind of like, "Thank you."
We're actually on our way to see you about a different matter, but we crossed paths with Florence on the way here, and
And
well, it
she's ill.
seems.
Isn't that right,
Yes.
dear? And she goes, kind of like awkwardly covers her neck a bit. She goes, yes, I seem to have contracted whatever is harming people in the lower edge. She goes, "Why don't you have a seat? You look like you're about to keel over." She goes, and she kind of walks up, pushes her hood back, and gently adjusts her head to kind of look at that mark on her neck that you had noticed. She goes, "I see. If my calculations are correct, you're probably in about the second stage of this plague right now, which we don't have a name for yet, but we really should get on that." She goes, how long ago did you notice your symptoms? They're kind of progressing past just the common cold and feverish and chills and whatnot. And Florence kind of looks around awkwardly, a little suspiciously, goes, maybe give her a thumbs up. She goes, maybe 3 or 4 days ago. And Esperanza goes, but it hasn't progressed anything past that, correct? She goes, no, nothing. I've been covering it with powder, but it seems to aggravate it, so I've just been trying to wear high neck collars. But I let Lady Yadira know that I needed a little bit of a leave of absence, and she acquiesced and sent me a day away with about 2 weeks earnings, so I should be all right for a little bit. She goes, I see. And she straightens up and looks over at you, Arberial, and says, was that what you were wanting to talk to me about?
Well, that was certainly part of it. When I saw her condition, I was reminded of the details of this particular affliction that you shared with me, and I wanted to bring her to you before she lost any of her faculties,
To me?
to seek your guidance.
My guidance?
Yes. She is not keen on being lost in the quarantine zone, so to speak. Lost amongst the crowds. So I thought perhaps you could offer her some, at the very least, some words, some knowledge on what the right next step is for her.
Offer some knowledge on the right next steps. Well, I am touched that my
In a
opinion means so
kind
much to you.
way.
In a kind way. I'm a very kind person. But first, we should all have some tea. Would everyone like some tea?
I would love some tea, thank you.
Tea
Excellent.
sounds wonderful right now.
She goes, how do you take your tea, dear? And she points at you, Sinari.
Oh, I don't, but thank you for the offer. I'll be
Oh,
okay.
come. It's rude not to have tea with everyone else. You probably like lots of milk and sugar in yours.
Sure. We're going to find out.
And she goes over and she's busying herself at the tea tray, and she's making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cups of tea for everybody, and she's laying it out on the platter. She goes, yes, my dear, did you have something to say? She kind of looks over her shoulder at you, Maddie.
Not Maddie, but can I roll an insight check?
Sure, please do.
Because
Yeah,
given
I want to
how
roll inside
Maddie
as well.
with the whole tea thing.
Yeah, I'm sus on someone who tries to make me drink anything.
19.
Okay.
I legit also rolled a 19.
Okay. Her back is to you, and she is blocking the line of sight of the cups of tea anyway. So you, but she does turn around, and she's got the platter out, and she places it there. She hands one to Florence, takes one herself, and takes a sip.
And Arby takes one and takes a sip as well. I mean, he's had tea with her a handful of times at this point, and he's still alive, so.
And Florence takes a sip. She takes a long drink. She goes, and then Madame Hope goes, oh my, I almost forgot biscuits. And she goes like that, and they materialize. She places them there. She goes, I really do love dunking a good biscuit into my tea. She goes, in terms of words of wisdom, of course, the scientist in me is always searching for progress, sometimes progress for progress's sake, which is not always the wisest thing in the world, but I am very keen on finding a cure for this. I'd like to think that I'm quite close. However, I can probably infer that by not wanting to be lost in the quarantine zone, you probably also aren't very keen on helping me with finding a cure. And she looks at Florence, and Florence goes, "Oh, I really don't want to be experimented on." And Headmistress Holt kind of nods her head. She goes, "I understand, my dear." And then she goes like, and you see Florence kind of slumps into the bench and goes limp.
As you end, just like, and I fucking knew it.
She goes over and she kind of tilts her head, and she leans her head down by Florence's mouth and is listening for a while. And she has her back to you guys.
Yeah, no, I'm walking around to keep an eye on her. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
And she's listening to Florence's breath and kind of sniffs at her mouth real quick. She goes, "Okay." She goes, "Hello." She goes, "I know that must have been very sudden for everybody.
Yep.
Please don't be upset with me. If I may explain my hypothesis here." And she goes up to her chalkboard and sort of flips it over, and you see sort of like equations upon equations, both scientific and mathematical, on there. And she goes, "What we can infer from this plant called Nightwing is that it feasts primarily upon nightmare magic, which is born throughout the heart of the Vivarius forest. As someone who deals primarily with nightmare magic, I do know that the counter effect to nightmare magic is a good calm night's sleep. So, what I've been sort of experimenting with, not on, anybody who's really suffering, but I found that perhaps putting someone into an enchanted sleep is a good way to slow any sort of advancement of the plague until we find out the sort of trigger for it. She won't remember anything. She'll just think she had a very lovely nap. However," she goes, "May I speak with you all candidly?
Always.
Of course.
Would you say that Miss Sapphire, do you know her well?"
Not very.
Yeah, I wouldn't say well. We're acquainted.
Would you say she's a amiable person? Is she devout? Is she hardworking, etc.?
Hardworking for sure.
She definitely expressed a resentment on being unappreciated and how hard she works and helps people.
That makes sense. Do you know her religious affiliations?
I'm afraid not.
She could worship a bar of soap for all I know.
Okay. She goes, "I have a bit of a theory, and I don't think some people are going to like it. But I worry that the church is not helping these plague victims as much as it tries to paint itself doing."
How so?
I cannot quite put my finger on it, but as you all might know, well, I guess you can give me a history check if you want, guys.
15?
Mm-hmm.
Five. I guess Maddie is not religious.
Religion.
No,
It is,
history check, I thought.
Oh, history.
Mhm.
Well, they're both +1. 13.
Oh, is this a roll we're all doing? I thought it was just Gaius. My bad.
No, everybody.
That is 22.
You would know Arbelriel, that the church that you and your parents and anybody else in the upper crust might have gone to, it is slightly different than the church that a lot of the lower edge go to, if only because the church for the upper crust, it caters to families, but not half as many people as are in the lower edge. So, where I guess quality might go downhill for the lower edge, as well as just, just mainly quality. And Esperanza says, I don't wish to offend anyone who might feel a certain way about religion, but I worry that the church might have a hand in the spread of this plague. People who are very devout in the lower edge, who are in the quarantine zone, they have been having sort of minor masses for the people down there, so they can still go to church, pray to Liridia, hear a homily, etc. And it seems that only the lower edge is the plague progressing. Meanwhile, Miss Sapphire here, I might not know her religious affiliations, but I do know that the church has been having sort of the occasional worship here and there for those of the upper crust who don't want to head down to the lower edge to attend mass because it's an active quarantine zone. And while the upper crust does not keep to worship as much as the lower edge, it's possible that if Miss Sapphire is keeping up with these gatherings, there might be something there, but I'm not 100% sure. If it turns out that she's an atheist, then there goes my entire theory. But it's something with the lower edge. It's progressing down there where it's not up here. And not just spreading. Spreading is one thing, but for it to continue upon its path of infection, there has to be some sort of trigger. I've been afraid to voice my theories for fear of angering the wrong people, but...
Well, it makes sense to me. I mean, if there's all of these high population, dense gatherings at the churches in the lower edge, then, I mean, that's prime territory for something like this to spread, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in the upper crust, we have these gatherings, but they're not nearly as dense or as populous.
How does this connect to your theory of getting a good night's sleep and everything?
Good question. A peaceful night's sleep is the inherent opposite of a nightmare. You don't have a nightmare. I would hope that with an enchanted sleep where you dream nothing, at least it will keep the nightmare aspect of this Nightwing plague that's rampaging through your body to keep it at bay. Maybe even reverse it. Reversing it, though, is very much an ambitious sort of goal for me, as I'm not a doctor, but I've been working very closely with Homily, and she's been keeping a very good record of the sort of symptoms that these victims are dealing with.
I was going to ask if you had spoken with Homily about your findings.
I have not quite yet, if only because she's been very busy with Miss Tuft and Mr. Heathcliff. But I've expressed to her that I worry this plague is not only man-made, but also being advanced by man.
Does she? Sorry, you go ahead.
Look, my brother may be a lot of things, but somebody to experiment on innocence, I have to refuse to believe that.
Well, then maybe it's not something your
Exactly.
brother is aware of.
He's
Maybe something's been. Maybe it's something that he's been doing that he's not aware. He thinks helps them.
my brother isn't dull, and he's Valentine's right hand. If anything was going on in there, he would know, and he'd let me know.
I
If
thought the
you-
same thing about my family. I was the head of my family, but I had no idea we had dealings in this Nightwing. It's conceivable that he doesn't know.
What I wanted to ask.
I will say,
Since you've
guys, I'm
been-
so sorry if I can cut in. I don't know if you remember, Rojan, but at the end of last episode, Lionel had mentioned that he had a sort of suspicion about certain dealings in the church, and he was looking into it, and he wanted to keep you up to date.
Mm-hmm. He's keeping that part quiet.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
You've been said you're coordinating with the doctor on the symptoms. Do you guys have records or something of where you talked to patients about what they were doing before it progressed?
Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of ability to just walk into the quarantine zone. A lot of what I've been getting is from the church. Father Valentine has been sending, reports of what patients have been dealing with, and his pastors have been very hard at work. The only victims I get are already long dead. And I've only had maybe 1 or 2 of those, so limited resources there. Obviously, with my magic, I can make them talk if they are beyond this world in terms of their life, but when they're in that state, they're very emotional, very upset, very confused. It's hard to get a straight answer.
Damn ghost.
Not ghosts, darling.
I am an uneducated swine. Please forgive me.
That's all right.
I just give her a side eye about that, but I'm just like, whatever. And my point is, if we can coordinate and figure out when they hold these masses, and see if they cross-reference with people when their things progress, it should bring out a pattern of saying a whole bunch of these people's things progressed after attendance at mass. Now, I know correlation doesn't exactly equal causation, because it might not be every single person who attends a mass, but if this is your theory, the best time to ask about it would be when you have someone who is early enough in the plague that their faculties are intact, and you can question them on where they were, what they were doing when they first got infected and when it advanced.
Of course, but there is the fear, my dear, that people won't want to come forward if they feel they have those symptoms as...
Luckily
Without
that there's
the-
someone here that you can do that with.
Well, that's why I
Just-
wanted to put her to sleep, but as one person does not a theory make, is the only thing I'm saying, my dear.
And if
So
I
we
can
would
get
have
you
to-
information from someone else who could give from other people who had been in the plague, who were early enough,
I would ask you
maybe-
who those people are.
I can't give you their names.
Well,
I
I'm
can-
sorry,
I can
my
get-
dear.
I can get the information.
I'm sorry, my dear, but unless I have true scientific proof, I can't just take a theory off of your word. I'll do my best with Miss Sapphire, of course, but this is just a budding theory that I have. I will be keeping an eye on it, but I think we do need to remember that when people find out they have these symptoms, they're not exactly going to be sharing it with anyone. The only reason I assume that you noticed it in Miss Sapphire is because she slipped up, or you were a very keen eye.
So, I take it then that you're okay with us leaving her in your care.
Of course. I will do my utmost to treat her with respect and care. I won't be turning her into the quarantine. I would appreciate it if she wouldn't mind working with me to find a cure for this. As of right now, she's a very rare commodity, as Miss... What is your name, my dear?
Me? Oh, Sanari.
As Miss Sainori so tactfully put out, she is a person in the very early stages of this plague, and I definitely am very interested in that. If you happen to find other people who are also in the early stages of this plague, please send them my way. I'd love to gather as much information as possible.
Well, on the note of gathering information, the original reason we were coming to see you.
That wasn't the original reason.
No.
No, she
Oh
was a
no, we
side
got
quest.
sidetracked.
Oh my.
No.
Well-
We as a group are intending on venturing into the forest, as we have been following the trail of some concerning dealings that our varying houses have when it comes to bringing Nightwing into the city. And that trail is now pointing towards the forest. So if there's anything there that may be of use to you, we can certainly keep an eye out, or if there's any advice you might be able to offer us on this venture.
Of course. I don't wish to seem rude. Do you all feel you are prepared to go into the forest?
No.
The trees make me have nightmares, so probably not. But
What did you do to the
we're
tree,
getting help.
darling?
The tree stole my knife. I was trying to get it back
Why did your tree have a knife?
because something was staring at me, and I threw a knife at it, and it for some reason didn't want the knife in it, so it dodged.
Well, for some reason it didn't want a knife in it. Can you imagine?
You know how rude of it.
So you don't feel you're prepared to go into the forest?
I don't think there's anything we can do to adequately prepare ourselves for the forest.
It's more a need to go into the forest than a want to.
Yes.
I understand. I will say, having true control over your magic or your skills, whatever they may be, will be key here. If you're the forest has changed from a sort of docile dog into a very ravenous wolf. And it not only feeds on those who take and take without anything to give back, but it also... If you go into a forest like that, with any sort of doubt in your mind, or on the fence, or lack of conviction, it will feast on that. I don't know how to put it better than that. If you're an aimless wanderer, if you have no real drive for when you go into the forest, it's going to notice that. I will just say.
We are at the very least hoping to have a guide, get in contact with somebody that lives in the forest, and have them permit us entry, so to speak.
And I don't think any one of us here is lacking in drive or conviction as to why we're going into the forest.
At this, she looks right at you, Maddie. Can I ask you something, my dear?
Of course.
Have you decided what you wish to do with your life?
What does that have to do with?
I guess it has to do with the fact that you wield very impressive magical power, but Forgive me. It seems that you're a bit stuck in one place. I only say this just because I just worry about how the forest will affect you.
I just want to help people right now. That's all I can think of. I haven't really thought about what I want to do for job.
It's not so
And
much job, I apologize. It's more where your heart lies.
Considering I left my home in the middle of the night, shows that I don't stand with them.
She places a hand on your shoulder. She goes, I don't wish to upset you. I wish to help you.
I haven't had much time to think about anything other than the present.
I would lean very heavily on your friends here. Just please be careful. This forest is unforgiving, both physically and psychologically. So I would just say, if there's anything that you have not taken care of quite yet before you go in, please do so.
Sonari, I'd like to talk with you after this.
Sure. After we're done with answering questions that you get asked by nosy relatives at Thanksgiving. Sure.
Do you say that?
We're gonna go on a cousin
No.
walk.
No, I'm just like, that's what I say out loud because I don't even think that there is a version of Thanksgiving here, and I'm trying to think of like what would be a D&D equivalent, so the joke wouldn't land anyway. But
yeah.
But she's just like, yeah, absolutely. We'll talk about this later. Are you done interrogating her about her life choices, or are we going to focus on the mission? That I say out loud.
And she looks at you and she goes,
no.
I'm done with her, but maybe you.
Oh, sorry, this is what's Laridia's? I don't know. Is it? Her eye.
She goes, it was very nice to meet you, Miss Sonari, and she holds out her hand to shake.
I am sus. And I'm just like, gotta hold up appearance of being polite, and this is gonna bite me in the ass. Okay, fine. I'll just hold it, shake the hand.
And as you take her hand, can I get a wisdom saving throw?
Yeah, I knew that this shit was gonna happen, and it's just like, but there's no fun if I don't take the fucking hand.
Sonari's about to get Doctor Stranged.
I don't need my fucking arm, for fuck's sake.
Would you say
that'd be an 11? I literally, like, the moment I grab it, it's like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Would you say your arm is weakest at the wrist or the elbow?
As you take her hand, you feel a bit of coldness run up your arm and kind of encompass your whole brain, kind of in a very hungry way.
Does this feel like the lantern?
The lantern?
Remember
No.
lantern
no.
that made...
This feels, while the coldness of the lantern just seemed to be kind of like a side effect of that kind of magic, this is a probing of your mind. And you find yourself struggling against her hold, but she's not looking at you cruelly. She's kind of looking at you curiously. She goes, oh, I see. She goes, what you find in the forest, my dear, I think you've been running from for a very long time. Or perhaps running towards it, but never getting any closer. I would just say it's time to get to the heart of the matter. I hope you trust me when I say I'm merely looking out for your friend. People with no conviction or who are truly lost, perhaps in their heart, it's dangerous for them. So you need to look after her and also the others. I have a feeling that you've experienced a lot of life that they perhaps haven't. So I don't know why I said you have a feeling about that. I know for a fact you have. Miss Villiers. And she lets go of your hand. And anybody else didn't witness anything other than Sanari maybe making a grimace as she takes her hand, but you didn't witness her talking or anything like that. This was all just in her mind.
I'm just kind of.
It's been lovely to have you all for tea. Must come again. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you, and I do promise to take very good care of your friend, Miss Sapphire. And you can look over and see that she's already kind of summoned a little bed for her to lie on with a little pillow, like a soft, fluffy, downy mattress. That's kind of like levitating above the ground a little bit. And Arbeliel, can you give me a perception check real quick?
19.
You can see from looking at Florence's face that while that mark on her neck is still there, it looks like there's already a tiny bit of color coming back to her cheeks.
I will kind of point that out to Gaius as well, since I know he was concerned about getting her actual proper help. So I want to maybe help alleviate some of his worries by showing him that she is in a good place.
Yeah, in a good place as long as she doesn't give her any fucking handshakes.
Welcome to the
Now
club.
off you go, off you go. It's time to go.
Yes, your assistance and knowledge is always invaluable, Esperanza.
And she gives you a little kiss on the cheek, on both cheeks. She goes, "Be well, Arbeliel. Please, I cannot stress this enough. Be on your guard in that forest."
We will. Oh, also, be careful of doppelgangers. There's some around town.
And she holds up a hand. It has a silver ring on it. I'm always careful of doppelgangers.
Of course, you're already prepared.
She kind of, as she takes your hand in hers and claps her hand over you. You don't feel the chill that you did that one time. She leans in, she goes, "I don't think your friends understand. Reality is different in the forest. It's not the same as here. You'll see things that might not be real, or they might be real, and you won't know until you're free of it." And then she lets go of your hand, gives you all a very good day to you all.
And as soon as everybody walks out, Gaius is going to trail behind, and he shuts the door and locks it as he stays
Again?
inside.
Once more for the cheap seats in the back.
Yes. I didn't want to say it around them.
Oh.
He's like, he comes in closer just to be like, at like, just like a whispered tone. My brother has theories that there are those in the church who are exacerbating the issues. This isn't just what some would consider a conspiracy. He's seen things and he's experienced things, and he thinks things are being manipulated for those who are infected. I just wanted you to know that your theories probably are not unfounded.
That's always very reassuring for a scientist to hear. She said, "Your brother Lionel, correct?"
Yes. Golden
You're
boy
not-
that he is.
But you are not exceptionally close with him, are you?
Now, we've gotten a bit closer in the past day.
She leans forward, she goes, "I fear your brother, if these are the theories he has, might be in a bit of a a nest of vipers.
So the feeling that I get as well. But
And give me 1 second here. As she's close to you, like close enough to where she could probably kiss you, she kind of sniffs. She leans back. She goes, "What did you do?"
he just smirks and just shakes his head. There is nothing. There's no hiding anything from you. So it makes you so amazing.
I wish there was a bit more mystery in my life. This is true.
Let's just say that my brother and I have a mutual friend now.
I see.
Deals were made. And he kind of like holds up his hand and again just like summons just that bit of eldritch energy, like that celestial eldritch energy in his hand. Powers were given.
And a brand, I see, on your heart.
You could see my heart?
I can hear your heart. And it beats exceptionally fast.
Faster than normal?
Yes.
Hmm.
Either you're in love with me or something happened there.
And this being Gaius, because that softball was just lobbed to him. He just like, he like shrugs and like, could be either or.
You would just be so lucky. She goes, I didn't realize until you were close enough, but this forest, you might be surprised to find in this forest. I actually, strangely, don't fear for you as much anymore. She's watching over you.
That is comforting. I just want to get all of this behind us.
Just trust in your team. You've got some good people around you. Especially Miss Fitzgerald. This could be a very good turning point for her. Or it could be very dangerous and she might not come back. So just please try to support her as well as
Esperanza,
possible.
can you not just float that out there?
I just want everyone to be prepared. I've seen this before. You send someone who's not ready into the forest, or if they don't believe in themselves, it can be sad, but also very gruesome.
So what you're saying is I need to make sure to bolster their confidence.
Not just for her, but maybe for everyone. I feel you guys have seen a lot lately.
Well, lucky for them, I am a professional at bolstering people's confidence.
She goes, I will let you go. I wish you the best of luck.
Take care of yourself.
Always. And she you feel sort of like someone's got pushing the back of your jacket out the door, like, bye-bye, and then the door shuts in your face.
And then it locks.
I can just imagine that she actually summoned like Big B's hand to like get out.
That's exactly what she did. Cool. You guys are still in the school outside of her door.
Sonari's just like Sonari's like Sonari, we'll remember that.
Real quick, while Gaius was in there, could I just quickly look through Dane's eyes, see if he's still where I left him and what he's up to?
At the Tuft house?
I think that's where I left him, yeah.
Yeah. Cass, were you about to say something?
It could be, it's for after. Like, he wanted to check on something that was going on right then, but this was more of like moving forward, so I'm fine
Oh,
with
okay, cool.
that first.
You probably take a seat on one of the stone benches outside of her office / classroom. You sort of go into that state you do when you look through Dane's eyes. And as you kind of open your eyes and look through them, you see that he's in a very dark place, and you hear a sound like and then you look around and you see half-eaten apples, nibbled on cheese,
In the
a
fucking pantry.
sirloin.
I'm gonna wait until he's just about to take a bite of something truly delicious,
You see a
And-
beautiful cupcake.
and then I'm going to desummon him and then re-summon him on my shoulders.
He bites your cheek. Like he was like, oh.
We'll discuss your behavior later. Not now. You know I could confine you to my study. All right, enough.
I love him so much.
Menace.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with you, especially not out in public like this. No, no, enough. I could just desummon you and leave you there.
I'm so hungry.
You just ate half a pantry. I think you're fine.
No.
Look,
As you're arguing with Dane, Cass, what did you want to do?
I wanted to talk with Sonari a bit. You look ghostly. Are you okay?
Yeah, don't accept handshakes from strange necromancy women because they like to try and look into your brain.
Oh.
Yeah, not great.
Oh.
Not a fan.
Do you know how much she's seen of?
No clue.
Oh,
Just gave me
awesome.
just gave me weird
Cryptic messages.
just yeah, like, you know, what is it with you sorcerers and the cryptic messages? Why can't you why is it always a riddle?
I'm so sorry. She's actually a wizard, not a sorcerer.
Finari doesn't give a fuck.
I'm a sorcerer. Oh, she's a sorcerer. Sorry, I was like, I'm a sorcerer. What are you talking about? But no, Headmistress Holt is not a sorcerer. Okay.
Finari doesn't give a fuck. All magic users are the same to her. I use a knife.
Yeah, it works. It does the stabby stab. Yeah, that was. I don't know how I feel about her. Most of the time, it's like it's back and forth of like, she's very helpful, but that she's also extremely scary. So.
And it's just like, no, we should immediately bring the vulnerable young woman to her. She's fine. She probably doesn't have a secret lair.
She absolutely has to have a secret lair.
That woman has a secret lair. She probably has two. She probably has a tower.
Well, we're in a tower, right? Possibly in the school. I don't know.
She got a second tower somewhere. Fucking summer holiday tower. And like, sorry, I'll be fine. I'll just. I'm ready to fling myself into the goddamn forest at this point. Whatever we get in there is probably be less of a nightmare than her.
Before we go into the forest, because she said that I'm probably going to die. And because of my.
Well, too bad. I'm not letting you.
I know.
You don't get to make that. You don't get to make that choice. Sorry, I'm taking that one away from you. You don't get to die.
I want to join the eyes before we go into the forest.
Oh, you
If
committed?
yeah, I mean, nothing is as what I thought it was growing up. And you guys are essentially my new family, found family and all that. I I just would like to know more about it because I don't think I'm ready to kill anyone yet or like assassinate things. But, I think that I believe I am ready and have made a decision to join the eyes and help out.
Okay. Well, when we get to the Partingtons, I will make contact in my own way and discuss what your initiation should be. But you do understand that even if you don't end up becoming an assassin or anything like that, they might ask you to prove your loyalty to the eyes, and it might not be something that you can do. That's going to be my fear. Maybe you aren't ready to kill, but they might ask you to, even if you never become one again, never do it again. If they ask you to prove your loyalty by killing your mother, your father, your brother, you have to consider if you'd actually do it. So, I
Oh
will
my
be
god, I
with
rolled a
you.
nat 20. Sorry.
Oh,
She is ready. I rolled to see just of how much she's ready.
the dice have said, "Fuck my family." Got it.
I think. Are you?
okay.
Unless you wanted to do something else. It's okay if you do.
I think that's it.
Okay, I think we're gonna take a quick break, go to the bathroom, all that stuff, and then we'll be back really, really soon so that we can start making our way over there.
like censoring out the
All
the
right.
label. And it's so funny. It makes it
We're-
look like, it's like we can't look like we're endorsing. Sorry.
Yeah.
We're
no,
back-ish.
no sponsoring Sunkist. Mm-hmm.
We're back-ish.
Okay.
Cass had to step away for a moment, so. But I thought,
Okay.
bring us back, bring the cameras back so everybody can see us instead of an AFK screen.
Okay.
I don't want to alarm anyone, but everybody is moving like a robot on my side.
Oh no.
I think everything is okay now.
Okay.
If it gets real
Not
wonky, I
helping,
can
Effie.
always just swap the server around.
Yeah. I think we're good now. I think it was just like a little hiccup.
I noticed there was a slight audio delay for Fox on my end, on my Discord end, but I put that down to me just because I have Australian ping and I'm the odd one out here.
That does often happen to
I'm
me as
getting it
well
now.
when I'm doing something
It's the
that's
Discord
like
server.
CPU intensive. It'll lag my camera. But yes, I'm seeing my signal go into the yellow here.
Yep, it's Discord.
You want to be annoying, you come say hi.
Oh my.
Those are the
Why do you
rules.
stink? What did you do?
Did everybody have an okay break? Do we all have a very lengthy, fulfilling pee? I'm gonna assume everybody had a lengthy, fulfilling pee.
I made gamer subs.
If I could wish anything on anybody, if I could wish anything
It
on anyone,
was-
it's a lengthy, fulfilling pee.
But
Okay.
was
while
getting
we're all
ready to-
thinking about that, I am going to swap the server real quick. So there's going to be a brief moment of beep boops as we're all
Pee.
rejoined into the new.
Okay.
Okay, hopefully that one's a little more stable for us.
And-
I didn't
I'm
hear
gonna
it.
just go ahead and kick Malls out of the call here.
No.
Ugh.
All right.
Don't want to alarm you, Malls. Oh, you probably stopped the
no.
music. Let's say the music site isn't playing music right now.
I would just reload it.
Nope, same thing.
Tits, darn it. Okay, so you guys are just leaving the school. Whereabouts are you going? Actually,
We-
I don't want that one.
There we go.
Sorry, I don't want to do that song. I want to do this. So sorry, Cass, go ahead. What were you wanting to do?
Oh, just in general, are we going to I think we're going to the Partington.
Sure
Yeah, I
thing.
think so. Unless there's anything that has come up for anyone that they need or want to do first.
Mhm.
Nothing for me.
All right, we're off to the Partingtons then.
Sounds good. You guys, do you want to take a carriage there? Because you're in the heart of the city and you're going to the outskirts of the, like, up to the higher upper crust.
Yeah, I think so.
We could take a McDonald's.
If you want to take a McDonald's, you
could
can
take a
definitely take a
McDonald's.
McDonald's.
It seems like the best
I-
time to take a McDonald's.
So when I met Ronald McDonald, he gave me
The
their
Eldritch being
card.
Ronald McDonald.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he gave me his card. It's just one of those things of like, is he working right now or is he asleep? I don't want to like conjure him out of nowhere and have him be
It's the
upset.
middle of the day, so I think you're okay.
Well, last time he helped me out was the middle of the night, so
No, he's fine.
okay, cool. So I just kind of like hold the card out.
Like out into the street, sort of like you're flagging someone down.
Yeah.
As you do that, You hear the click clop of horse hooves against the pavement as that same Ronald McDonald pulls up. He jumps down from the driver's seat and he gives you a very low bow. He goes, "My lady, you have graced me with your presence once again," and he opens the door for you.
Thank you very much, Ronald. And I like bow as well, like as low as I can as well. And given the, dress or whatever I'm wearing.
He bows even lower than you.
She's like, I'm gonna let him take that.
He offers you a hand to get up into the carriage.
I take his hand and get into the carriage. I'm like, anyone else?
Yep.
I
I'm
wasn't
just
aware
gonna
you
hop in.
were so well acquainted with the McDonald.
Not just any McDonald.
Ronald McDonald.
I'm not familiar. And I get into the carriage.
If
Okay.
He
I
offers
follow,
you his hand to get into the carriage.
I take it and I get in.
He has helped me when I left my home and went to Gaius's apartment.
Ah, I see. Well, if he's a friend of yours, then he's a friend of
An
yours.
acquaintance.
damn. There's Arby.
He gets you all into the carriage and he goes, "Where to, miss?"
The Partington estate, please.
And he sets off. He goes, "If you need to talk about anything private, just feel free to close the partition. I'm very discreet."
Like, just slowly.
Don't look at me like that, Kaz.
Well,
Why is everybody in this game so suspicious?
I don't know. Maybe because there's a lot of suspicious things going on.
It's probably because I still don't believe that all the McDonald's driving the carriage aren't just like an amalgam, like a culmination of just multiple simulacrums running at once.
You're crazy. Okay. He
was actually-
slides the partition shut, so you guys can talk amongst yourselves on your way to the Partington estate.
Gaius,
Yeah.
you were raised religious, right?
Eh.
Did your family like attend mass and shit?
Sorry, Moles. When I was a child, yes.
Do you know like what do you guys do? Like, do you just go there, sit for a bit, listen to some songs, and then, or do you like is there a ritual sort of thing that happens there?
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Most of the times when we went to mass or whatever you want to call it, I snuck out. So the ones that I was forced to sit in, I kind of zoned out, and it was a bunch of talking and everything. And I think there was something involved with some sort of chant. I didn't really pay attention as much when I was a kid. If you need any sort of information or whatnot on the whole religious aspect of the Church of Luridia, it's best to ask my brother.
Yeah, I had a feeling that might be the case.
What are you looking for?
Well, I'm just exploring like the theory that Mistress Holt gave us. And if it is correct and it's connected to the church, let's say it's connected to when they go to mass, it might be not even a chant. Maybe it's something that they eat or they ingest while they're there. That could be part of what's causing the spread or the aggravation.
You're saying some sort of ritual?
ritual, drug. Like, I know there are some religions where they have you drink the body of the god, the blood of the god, and eat the body of their god, like, as a sort of, like, religious aspect thing. I don't remember which one it is, but, like, people do that. And I didn't grow up in a church. I didn't grow up going to church shit.
So as a question for the DM, for the few times that he was forced to actually sit in the church and everything and partake in what was going on, was there anything sort of like that going on? Like any sort of like chanting or consuming and drinking of the flesh and blood of a god or anything like that?
Consuming the flesh and blood of a god? That's crazy. What religion
Wait.
would do that?
Yeah, no
No,
idea.
of course not. That's crazy. No, the main thing about give me a religion check, you sneaky little buddy. Yeah, I'm just gonna drop that on you.
Can I also add on to that question? Are the churches in the lower edge known to also just feed people, like soup kitchen type thing? Anything of that sort as well?
That's a good idea too.
You can give me a history check, Arbeliel, and guys, if you gave me a religion check, let me know what you got.
I got a 14.
All you remember is that at some point during worship, everybody would line up and share sips of mead, not wine, like a blood thing, because that's weird, having children grow up and have a sip of wine to signify the body and blood of a god, but mead to celebrate the kind of like celebrate life, like a l'chaim thing, because Lordia is all about life and joyfulness and vitality. So to share a sip of mead with your brothers and sisters in Loridia was to tie communities closer together. It was a celebration thing.
Mm.
And your parents never really let you have it because it wasn't super a children thing. And by the time you got old enough to be like, I don't want to go to church, they would just be like, fine, stay home, whatever. And they would just go without you. Oh, and Arby, what'd you get on your history?
Dirty 20.
You would know that these churches have all sorts of charitable contributions. Definitely include soup kitchens, definitely include boarding and housing. Definitely include, like, last rites if someone's unwell to go to church, have someone to send them there to partake of worship with them. Lots of stuff. It's not super outside the realm of possibility.
Yeah, so Sonari, if you're thinking that maybe it's being dispersed through foods or drinks or something, as far as my understanding goes, the churches do operate shelters in a way as far as feeding people goes, so that could be a possibility.
True. That's all. That is something that I had thought about. But the reason why it's just like, the focus on the mass is, don't get me wrong, but most people, if they do confessions and stuff, they do that on mass days, wouldn't they?
Thinking about it, there was a sort of gathering near the end where all the adults would stand around and share in a cup of mead.
And most people wouldn't bother to check the religious drinks. They'd assume they'd all be safe. So I'm obviously still a theory, but it also, the other part of my theory also ties to her nightmare magic. Like, this is all nightmare magic, and I can tell you, it's not fun. It's not great. But to me, if you want someone to suffer from dealing with nightmares and stuff, you'd probably look for someone who's more inclined to them, who've gone through shit. And churches, people who hear confessions will probably hear a lot of shit.
Not
So
to
let's say that's how
mention
they.
the stress.
That's how they. Let's say, like, that like everything gets more stressful just for being poor, but and also the reliving the traumas and shit. They know who to target. They know who to give it to.
Now you have me going down a conspiracy hole.
Isn't it fun? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Dangerous.
Go
Don't
with
be
me on
serious
this
about
one.
but
Just a theory. The sharing of mead. It's a communal thing. It's on a weekly basis. Passed around everybody in the service. What if the cup was like, just had a very minuscule amount of Nightwing inside of it? It's kind of like how if well, like a mystery novel. The spouse who slowly poisons their lover over time, slipping just trace bits of poison into their food and drink until finally it takes and kills them.
or like the hatters who go mad from making the hats because of the mercury. So let's say that you get sick enough for it, that you get sick enough you've now contracted the plague. You're not going to go back immediately. You might take a couple of days, you might be a bit too sick. So you might take a couple of weeks off of church. And then you're just like, I don't feel too bad. I'll go back. And then you drink some more. And then suddenly, bam, you're in second stage.
But my question is, say all of this is happening. To what end? Why spread the plague?
I think the why is the big question right now. We don't even know if they're the ones spreading the plague in itself. Maybe it's some twisted means as to be able to understand it more to find a cure. And they're just using the populace as, well, guinea pigs.
So
why waste it on? I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Just why waste it on, the families that can just get the ingredients? Why waste testing on them? It could all be about getting rid of those with lesser means.
I would hate to think the church would do something like that. But
Maybe they don't. It could be they don't know.
Yes,
Someone-
it is possible. It's just people within the church and not the church itself.
And maybe those couple people have made a deal in regards of it.
Makes sense. Lots of people have been making deals.
That's true. And if the church or people within the church are involved, are they acting as independents or are they also tied to the Black Hand?
Forgot about the Black Hand. There's
They're
just
the
so
big one
much.
behind this.
Yeah.
and it's not like we can just go into a church and find out. Any church that's going to have any sort of incriminating evidence is in the quarantine zone.
It's not like and he motions to everyone except for Gaius, can just go into a church and find out.
I can't go into I can't go into any of the churches and find out. I can't get into the quarantine zone.
Yeah, you probably just just catch on fire. Sorry, serious conversations make me.
Have you tried to get into the quarantine zone?
I can't say it's ever crossed my mind.
I'm not saying we should. I'm just saying, oftentimes, if your will is strong enough.
Arby, why is this making sense to me?
Because you are a troubled man, Gaius.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
I'll let
get
you
it?
unravel that one.
That's the dragon calling the wyvern a worm.
You have no problem getting into trouble.
Well, I wouldn't deny me being trouble, but being a troubled individual? Never thought of myself that way.
Look at your company.
I see pillars of society.
Never heard myself described that way by one of you before.
One of me?
One of any of you. Unless it's in a sarcastic tone, Sinari.
Okay, look. Let's shelf the idea of me sneaking into the quarantine zone and into a church to get some sort of incriminating evidence that may or may not exist. And let's focus on the forest. We come back from the forest. Maybe I'll go play in the quarantine zone and see if I can't find anything.
If the forest won't kill us, the plague will. Let's go.
I think at
Okay.
that moment, you pull up to the Partington estate, and you are all ushered out of the carriage, given a jaunty little wave by Ronald McDonald, and you guys head up the steps to their home.
I think Arby just lets himself in.
Especially since Florence isn't there to open the door anymore.
Yeah.
As you let yourself in, everybody give me perception checks.
10.
17.
That would be a 2 from a nat 1.
Oof.
If Arby didn't open the door, Sonari probably would have just walked into it because she's not paying attention.
I got a 17.
Okay. Everybody except Sonari hears sort of like raised voices from the second floor. And it sounds like you can hear Avros and Marina. And probably a couple other voices as well.
Is it too muffled or too echoey to actually make out what they're saying, or?
I would say with that, it kind of sounded to you like maybe they're in a closed room, like with the door shut. But someone's shouting loud enough to be heard from the second floor, but you can't really make it out.
To eavesdrop or not to eavesdrop?
I know. I was
Gaius is
thinking,
already on his way to eavesdrop.
Yeah.
If Gaius is like hurried off somewhere, Sonari's gonna notice, and would that probably be the time when she would actually like hear what's
Sure.
going on?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm sure.
and then and that's when she's like, "Ooh, yeah, I'm off to Sticky Beak. Bye." And just like immediately scurry off.
You're off to do what?
Sticky Beak to listen in, like it's.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck
Nope.
does that mean?
Yeah, I've never heard
You-
that.
You've never heard of sticky beak? Like, you
No,
know, you
I'm
just.
not freaking Australian, bro.
I didn't know that was an Australian. It's my
I
bad.
didn't know if it was. I've never heard that before. Okay, you guys head up to the second floor, and as you get closer, you can clearly hear Avros's voice saying, "These have been incredibly stressful times, but this is something we have to do. Like, it's not just for myself and our family business. There are people that are in trouble. I'm hoping going into the forest, we can maybe find something to help the lower edge with the plague or to find out what happened with my father more." And you hear a very stern but quieter voice go, "Avros, you are not a child anymore. You are the head of this family now. You cannot just go gallivanting off into the forest for a camping trip, no matter how good your intentions are. There are things that need to be taken care of at home. And the same goes for you." And you don't know who the you is because you're not in the room. But you can hear Marina kind of go, "What if just one of us went? Or, I'm not sure, someone should go and help them. Not many people have gone into the forest before. This is of the utmost importance." Are you guys still listening?
Oh yeah, my face is just like at the door. I'm just like, what? I'm just like, do I? And like, if Gaius is with me, I'm just like, when do we burst in? What's the like? It's like, you know,
He's
the
just
most
like-
dramatic moment.
He's like, we don't burst in unless we hear violence.
And as you guys are listening, you hear, "My daughter, the time has come for you to take on more serious endeavors. Just running off into the forest like you're a child again? Meanwhile, I've been trying to get you back over to the house for ages, as you know there are people who wish to see you." And you can hear Marina kind of sigh again and go, "I know exactly who you want me to meet, and I don't wish to meet with him, Mother. I would think that as the lady of my house, I should be able to have a choice in that." And you hear that very low, serious voice again go, "Enough. I hate to come in and put my foot down, but no one is going back into those woods save my daughter."
My daughter. I at this point, I'm just go, I want to go in. Can we go in?
He's like, no.
Come on. I can't see. I
Can
don't
I get
have.
stealth rolls from everybody?
Just like squabbling at the door.
Yeah, literally.
Just like I
It's like
don't.
Jane's with us.
I'm just like, I'm not Arby. I don't have Dane. I can't see. I'm not a magic man. Ooh. 18 plus 5. I am very good at loudly arguing quietly.
21.
19.
18 plus 5 is 22.
23.
No, 23. 23. Sorry.
I'll say this will be a group stealth roll. So what did
Oh,
you
thank
get?
God. I
Edward?
rolled a 10.
As you guys are arguing outside the door, like silent, like you will hear a pause after, "The only one going back into the forest is my daughter." And then you hear quick footsteps going towards the door.
Back up, back up, back up. And just like push guys like back. Just like so we're not. And this what should I just go? I think we should knock and just go.
Are you gonna knock?
Well, they're gonna open the door anyway, so we could look like we're not like we just arrived and we didn't have an eavesdropping the whole time.
Guys just like he puts his hands up and he knocks on the door.
And as you're knocking, it opens as if someone was just heading out. And you look up and you see the irritated face of Avros. And he looks surprised to see you. He goes, "Oh, Gaius, I'm sorry. Were you waiting here long?"
No, we just arrived and there was nobody at the front, and then we heard voices up here. We just want to let you know that we arrived.
I'm so sorry that there's no one to greet you at the door. One of our people is very ill, but we just don't have anyone to answer the door. And he tries to kind of slip out and shut the door behind him. You can give me,
like peeking inside behind, like she's not like
you can give me a perception check if you guys want.
She's too fucking curious about this.
Mhm.
Is this was it
Ooh.
a 3? No, it's an 8. So that is 19.
21.
And I'm sorry, which was this?
Perception.
Okay. That would be a dirty 20. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Nice.
23.
Nice. You guys can all see that despite Avers's best intention, in the room behind him are his sister, his mother, his grandfather, who you all don't see all that much, as well as Rena Partington, who is standing with her back to everyone at the window looking out in the direction of where the forest is.
Hmm.
But
And-
he shuts it in your face and he ushers you all down the hall.
Real quick, was it Rena's voice that was mentioning her daughter going into the forest?
No, it was a lower male voice.
Okay. Yeah. Got it.
And he ushers you down. He goes, I wish to speak with you. Kind of runs a hand through his hair. He looks very irritated. He goes, "Unfortunately, my grandfather and my mother have forbidden myself and Marina to leave with the both of you."
Under what authority? Aren't you the head of the house?
That's true. However, there are things that need my attention here with my household.
Okay, understand you. Why Marina?
He goes, it's not really my story to tell. I know she doesn't really want it put out there. But I know that my mother is very keen on finding a sort of suitor for my sister, and she has been fighting against it for a while.
Well, I'm going to offer the best, worst kind of advice. I think you need to sneak out.
Here's the thing, guys. My grandfather is not wrong. There are very important things that need to be taken care of with my family. I can't, and I mean this respectfully, but I have a lot of responsibility on my shoulders now that my father is no longer with us. I know that you can definitely have my Aunt Rena with you as you go into the forest, and she can definitely show you the way. You could probably... I don't know. If you talk to my mother, you might be able to convince her to let Marina out, but unfortunately... And you can give me an insight check if you want.
Insight, you say?
Yeah.
16.
You can tell that in addition to looking frustrated, with his grandfather and his mother, you can see that he also looks very, like, very disappointed.
Avros, what I say now, I say as a friend. I understand, as somebody who is a newly appointed head of your household, that you have responsibilities. But I would argue that, and I do not use his name in vain, but your father would push those responsibilities aside for the greater good of the city. We need you with us.
Because I understand. I really do. And I am disappointed to not be going with you, as gallivanting in the woods is one of my favorite things. However, I have to meet with certain people here. And what you do is important, but I mean this respectfully. What I'm choosing to do here, it's just as important in different ways. And also, as her brother, I have to take care of certain things for her, for Marina. In addition, there are things happening in the city that my father would normally take care of. We've been on a bit of a halt because of recent events, but I need to get things back up and working again to help others.
So you're going to man the front here while we go into the forest, is what I'm hearing. No
If
judgment.
that's all right.
No.
Yeah.
You are doing important work, as you say. And while it's disappointing, and we can most definitely use another skilled individual at our side as we go in, I can sympathize with your position.
Trust me, I would love to be out in the forest with you. We could get drunk. But I think I needed a reminder from my grandfather that there are important things here.
Well, I'd
And-
like at least one Partington sibling to come along. You said to talk to your mother?
Yeah, I mean, you could always get your favorite Partington sibling out in the woods with you. I'm sure it should be no problem with someone as charming as yourself.
Well, she's not my... Well, I don't have a favorite between you guys. If you want to talk favorites, then you want Arby. But I'd like at least one of you. So, and I just start walking past, like, I'm gonna go say hi to your mum. and just start walking off.
Kind of hard to understand her accent sometimes. Did she say, I want Arby, or I won Arby, or Arby?
I mean, both works.
Oh, okay. He goes, I can let my mother know you wish to speak with her, and you could express to her how important this is. But just know that she's a very stubborn woman. I don't know where I get it from.
I cannot imagine. Genetics are weird like that. And I'm just gonna, like, I don't know how quickly you let people know, but I'm already walking to your mum.
Okay, just give me a minute.
I go and like grab your hand and like lead you back here. It's like,
Come
people-
on. She's
Um,
right there.
I know.
He goes into the room. He's gone for a minute, and as he steps out, he's with his mother, who has her hands folded in front of her. And she kind of glances over, and she sees you, Sonari, and she has a little bit of a smirk on her face. She nods to Avros, and she walks over. She goes, well. We meet again, Miss
Nice to
Sonari.
Nice to meet you again, Mrs. Partington.
What can I do for you?
I would like to graciously ask for you to allow Marina to join us in our expedition to the forest. Under the protection of her Aunt Rena, surely it would be she'd be the safest that she could be while assisting us in this.
I don't mean to seem rude. It's not her safety that I'm worried about. But it's time for Marina to grow up and sort of take her place in society. And I mean to help her do that. Unfortunately, one of the drawbacks of being a woman in this society is that a lot rests on where you direct yourself in terms of matrimony. If she chooses not to take on a suitor, and it doesn't matter if he's a man or a woman, that doesn't matter. But if she is determined to follow in her aunt's footsteps and be a sort of a hermit, that not only bodes difficult for the Bartington family, but it also makes things more difficult for Avros as head of the family. I simply wish her to take some time out of her schedule of avoiding me and at least try to contribute to this family, or at least act like she's a part of it.
I don't know, it seems to be working out great for Rena.
Do you know Rena?
Only by passing.
She goes, with that being said, I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline. If you guys want, Sanari, you can make another attempt and do a persuasion. Or if people want to assist you.
Can I do a
I
persuasion?
was gonna do a persuasion, but I was just gonna also ask. Oh, this is gonna cause chaos. My bracelet's gonna. I'm having my bracelet ready because I'm going to do a rewind if this if she reacts badly.
You're gonna save scum?
Yes, I am. I'm going to save scum on this. I got given the save scum bracelet. I am using it.
No, time out. Are you going to ask that question, or are you going to make a persuasion roll?
I'm going to ask a question.
All right.
How do I word this in a way? I'm trying to figure out I need the best way to word. I want to word this bestly.
While you're doing that, while you're thinking, Maddie, were you going to say something?
Oh, I was going to attempt to persuade, but I am interested in her question.
Okay, I got it. That's good. Do you think Marina would react badly if she knew about you and her aunt?
I beg your pardon?
Okay, rewind.
So when you cast that spell, do you know what Gift of Gab is?
You explained that to me. I don't have it on the actual sheet, so I have to look it up.
I'll send
properly.
it to you. But when you cast that enchantment, you skillfully reshape the memories of listeners in your immediate area so that each creature of your choice within 5 feet of you forgets everything you said within the last 6 seconds. Those creatures then remember that you actually said the words you speak as the verbal component of the spell. So what do you say instead of rewind, whatever?
I just
Because
say
she knows you said something, but she doesn't know what you said. How is she supposed to react to that?
Yeah, and just go. Is there any way that we can? Is there any way we can convince you to allow Marina? Could we convince Marina to allow you along if it was part of your, if it also contributed to your goal.
My goal of getting her married?
Yes.
If you are able to provide a suitable suitor for my daughter, I will begin to consider your request.
I put my arm out, I grab Maddie, and I bring her forward. I just like, may I
Nice to meet
introduce
you,
Lady,
miss.
may I introduce Miss Maddie, is it Madeline?
Madeline.
Madeline Fitzgerald. I almost said Madison. Just like, may I introduce Miss Madeline Fitzgerald, who is also in want of a suitor.
She goes, I know Maddie very well. I've seen you grown up. How are you, Miss Fitzgerald? Oh,
Pretty much like, I'm well, thank you. Please forgive her brashness. I did mention.
no, I am familiar with Miss Sinari and her rashness. She goes, I hate to open any wounds here, Miss Fitzgerald, but am I right in believing that there are some issues going on with your family? At least that's just what I've heard around.
There,
You just see me just like kind of behind Yadira, like looking at Maddie. I'm just like, lie, 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 lie.
I had an argument with a friend. It was a miscommunication with my family. And at this time, I'm just waiting for the emotions to calm and for me to find my proper words before I speak with them.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Discord within families is always so difficult. She goes, I have full faith in you, Miss Fitzgerald, that things will end amicably between you and your father and your mother and rest of your family. In the meantime, I have hopes for Marina to perhaps meet with the Viscount Rodart. Otherwise, I did hear about a Captain Fitz who's in town. It's very honorable. Possibly something to do with that. I would hope that if you do intend to pursue my daughter, how do I say this without sounding crass? You will have something to offer.
Can I step in and wingman
Understood.
this?
Understood.
Yeah.
Come
Please.
on,
She's
come on, bud.
very mean, but I understand her point.
Okay, so
Don't be scared.
first off,
She says she believes in you.
does Gaius know anything about this Viscount?
Yee, give me a history check.
I literally was also going to ask, does that name sound familiar to Sainari from when she was looking through the files?
Gaius
Oh, give me a history check.
Gaius got a natural 20 for 24.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, it's been a hot minute since she looked at the files. What was it? History? 14.
Okay. Strangely, I'll start with Sonari. You don't recall seeing his name in there. I will say there were a lot of names in there. Did you read that cover to cover, or did you just glance through?
I read through a lot of it, and I kept an eye. I remember I read through a lot of it, and I kept an eye out for like more significant names. But if it if you had repeated the names a lot, like as a DM, I probably would have looked for it.
The
but
people
this
in the
is-
ledger were all reported to have gone into the forest to gather things,
Yeah.
correct? Like materials. The reason you probably didn't see his name in there is because he doesn't have a business that sort of goes in to gather, to sort of sell raw materials. And Gaius, you know that he actually owns the Sargentian Post.
Do not
Oh,
do not
no.
marry your. Do not. You can't let her go to Rupert Murdoch. You can't.
Do with what I
He
know
is-
of him.
No. He owns the Sargentian Post. He is very in tune with what's going on in Sargenty, both lower edge and upper crust, and he's insanely rich.
Do
And
I
I
have
would also time out.
Okay.
I'm trying to give you some info.
Okay.
You would also know just from like whisperings around like the rabbit's foot, Lady Partington has been trying for a long time to get Marina and Christian together. Like it's not news or anything, like, and the Viscount has been very intent on landing Marina.
Christian.
How the hell
Do-
am I supposed to compete
Do
with
I
that?
have with that nat 20?
Sorry.
Do I have any dirt on this guy?
Oh,
Like I'm not I'm like going like deep into like rumor and innuendo and things that I have experienced myself with this individual.
I would say that you know that he's a bit of a rake. Very good with the ladies. A lot of people want him to marry their daughters, but it's very much like a Gaston and Belle situation here where he
Mhm.
has his sights set on someone unattainable and she's like, no fucking way. So, I would
He's
say
gotta have
that
He's gotta have a bastard or two. We could probably find one.
I would say with a nat 20, you have heard rumors about him using his newspaper to sort of sway the tides of favor towards or against people, usually in his favor. Not exactly the highest level of journalism. You're probably sure that he doesn't treat his journalists very well, underpaid, non-unionized, etc. So yeah. Hi.
I was gonna say that's just what Arby does on a regular 9 to 5.
I was gonna say I'll also add to that. You have seen at one point Arby have people speak to the Post about talking about their family in good light when things were looking a bit shifty.
So Gaius is gonna step forward and he's gonna put his hand on Maddie's shoulder. And he's gonna say, Lady Partington, I can very
Mr.
well
Tybalt.
I can very well see as to how Christian would be, well, the eye of many mothers to have as a potential son-in-law. He's rich, he's good looking, he owns the Post. But the man is sort of a rake. And let's face it, he kind of points to himself. I know my own kind. The things the man gets up to when eyes are not on him, when there is a bit of money to be made in one way or another, he will use the Post in a means to sway public opinion, usually in the favor of those who are going to pay him the most. Not really the most solid individual out there. And while he is one of those individuals, again, who every mother in town wants their daughter to marry, his eyes wander, if you catch my meaning.
I would, really quick, I would say that he's not really known for like infidelity, but he is known to like
he knows
outside
that.
of marriage, oh, you're lying?
He is trying to talk up Maddie and bury Christian. He's trying to wingman this.
Okay.
It's not lying, it's speculation.
It's not lying. It's journalism. I'm twisting the truth a little bit. And as he's doing this, he's got his hand on Maddie's shoulder. He's going to give Maddie a bardic inspiration.
Hooray.
I want to see if I can assist him by saying, and sure, I can tell you that my own father has turned people down because he he wouldn't want me to be with someone who wouldn't respect me enough to be faithful.
She goes, this is all interesting information to have, but she looks at Maddie, she goes, you are interested in my daughter? You've been very
Yes.
quiet.
I am. And I am a very quiet person a lot of the time. However, when we were at the party, at the estate, she was the one that told me about the library? Or
Yeah,
did
to
you
like
just surprise
hide
me
in
there?
there. Yeah.
Um,
Oh no, you went in there at the word of homily, and you found Marina in there also kind of hiding.
got it. When I was at your lovely estate, I had gotten a bit overwhelmed with the amount of people and the noise. And homily told me about a library. So I went in there and she was there as well, and it was instantly I knew that I wanted to get to know her more. And we had spent some more time together, and I have developed feelings for her. She does not know. I want to make sure you know that as well. It's still in the early stages, but when you stated that you were, of course, trying to find a suitor for her, I couldn't help myself from saying how I feel. And I do plan on telling her. Telling her this soon. I have been working on getting more confidence. And
I
she has
would
helped me with that.
love, yeah, I would love if Sonari, Gaius, and Maddie participated in a group persuasion roll. Unless Arby had anything to add, then it could be a true persuasion roll.
No,
in this
I
case-
think RB's just an observer on this one.
Okay.
Cast your bardic inspiration gives you a d6.
D6, thank you. I was about to ask.
Come on, persuasion, don't let me down.
It's a group persuasion. It'll be fine.
I've got a plus 11 to this roll.
I got a +6.
Good.
Dirty 20.
So, dirty 20 as well with the bardic inspiration.
24.
I think she considers all of you very graciously. What's up?
Sorry. I did want to add of just I ask for some time regarding this. Just at least see what blooms.
She goes, while I am aware of the Viscount's sort of reputation, one might say that a reformed rake makes the best sort of husband. And she kind of winks at you guys. She goes, but I have been told by my daughter that I am a little overbearing. I want her to at least give the Viscount a chance, but to do that, I would also be remiss to not give you a chance as well, Miss Fitzgerald. I know you're a very respectable, kind girl, from a very respectable family. She kind of like, but I feel I know in your heart, maybe you don't align with them 100% on some things. And that might be good. That might be more aligned with us as a family. And she goes, I will allow Marina to go with you. And with my sister-in-law. Just please make sure she comes back safely.
Thank you, Lady Partington.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I will do whatever I can to make sure that she's safe.
Lovely. She goes, now I will take my leave. And I'll let Marina know the good news, unless you wish to do that.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, of course. If I can.
Okay. And she gestures to the door where she came out of like the sitting room. She goes, she's just in there with her grandfather and my sister-in-law. And she leaves and heads in the direction of her bedroom.
So now we're alone in the hallway.
Yeah.
You gonna be
It's so
okay?
well. You're in.
I don't want to go in there alone. I'd rather have her come out to us because of her father. Because of her grandfather being there and everyone. So
We can wait for them.
okay. If I open the door and to where Marina is, with her. You said it was her grandfather and her
Her aunt.
her aunt.
Yeah.
Thank you. My brain kept going from like the mom to Marina, of like
That's
how
okay.
to.
You open the door and you see that Marina is sitting conversing with her grandfather over a cup of tea. And her aunt is kind of standing quietly towards the window. Shut up. Towards the window in the background, kind of just watching them, looking very intimidating.
Yeah. I like kind of clear my throat.
Marina looks up. She goes, "Oh, hi, Maddie." She goes, "Grandfather, this is my friend Maddie Fitzgerald." And she goes, "Have you met my grandfather, Miss Fitzgerald?"
Perhaps once, at the funeral,
Well,
possibly.
this is Lord Solantis Partington II. Grandpa Solantis, this is Maddie Fitzgerald. And he looks up, he goes, "The Fitzgeralds, very good family." He goes, how old are you, young lady?"
How old am I?
Yes.
23.
23 is a wonderful age. He goes, "Oh, to be 23 again." He kind of gives like a little wry smile. And he goes, "I hear you all want to go gallivanting about in that damned forest with my son and my daughter."
Yes.
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
Yes.
I asked your mom if you could come play, and she said yes.
Yeah, that's all. Like I'm literally like this the whole time. I'm like, yes. Marina has and Avros have told us so much about the forest, and they did mention, as long as you don't take anything, we should be on good terms. But of course, we do have to keep our wits about us. And it just seemed like a wonderful place to walk around and explore a bit. Oh, I hate that face. What are you doing?
No, I was reading what Effie put in the group chat.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh my god, what did I do?
He goes, Well, I would say that it's imperative that Avros stay and assist with family um, business things that need to be taken care of. But Marina is, well, your mother is very willful. So it would really be her decision.
I actually just spoke with your mother, Marina, and she said you could come play with us. No,
What? And she kind of judged. She goes, really? She goes,
Yes.
okay. She goes, grandfather, do you mind if we have to go get ready? There's so much to do. And she looks over her shoulder at her aunt. She goes, Andrina, are you like, these are my friends. We'll be going to the forest together. And everybody give me an insight check.
Fuck. 17.
11.
6.
I can't read these dice. Okay. 6.
I'm the only one paying attention to what the hell this woman's about.
Everybody seems to get like a chilly demeanor off of this woman. Very cold. Effie, you look in her eyes and you see a lack of confidence. Like, these are the people going into the forest.
Okay.
But she shrugs, she goes, whatever you wish, my darling niece. She goes, I do wish to leave shortly. So if everyone would like to get whatever they're taking together, I will meet you out at the forest's edge. She goes, I feel better outside anyway. And she kind of glances at her father, and he's meeting her gaze and looking very, like, unfazed. And with that, she goes, I must take my leave. And she leaves the room. Marina goes like, don't mind her. She's kind of just better not in public. But yay, I'm so excited. This is going to be awesome.
Don't apologize to your aunt. She's cool.
She is cool. And you see Galfreyas goes, she could learn to have a bit of manners, but that's just one father's opinion. And she goes, she goes, all right, well, I'm going to get my things together. You all have traveling clothes, yes? And rations or whatnot, or do you need to borrow that from us?
You'll probably have better quality rations than what I can afford.
She goes, our Belriel Gaius, you can all talk with Avros about borrowing some of his traveling clothes, and Maddie and Sinari, you can come with me.
Okay.
And she turns, she bows to her grandfather. She goes, I must take my leave, grandfather, but I will see you soon. He just waves her away, like dismisses her. She goes, be safe. The forest is not the same as it once was. She goes, yes, I know. Goodbye, I love you, goodbye. And she hurries out into the hall, like afraid someone's gonna change their mind and make her stay.
I mean, I don't blame her.
Yeah, I give a bow to her grandfather before I leave.
As you guys enter the hallway, she loops her arm through Sonari and Maddie's arm. She goes, we'll go to my room, get some traveling cloaks for you. You both look the same size as me. And our Belriel and Gaius, I think Avros is down in his office. He can just loan you. And then I'll make sure to ask Miriam to set aside some rations for us to go traveling. She was already working on it when we kind of told her that we were going to be going into the woods, but she should be ready by now.
Well, if you want, you could, if I'm about your size, you can just grab one for me. I trust Maddie's sense. I could go tell Miriam that, we need the rations to get ready. So you can just take Maddie with you, and I'll just head right on down, save us some time.
Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We're going to be very efficient. We don't want to keep your aunt waiting.
No, we definitely don't. And she goes, okay, break, and she turns and she drags Maddie off with her.
Maddie can
It
just
looks-
and I just feel like, you're gonna thank me for this. Bye.
She's like
Just-
smiling, but her eyes are giant.
Gaius sort of like turns to Arby. She's like, "Did she say that we could just borrow clothes from her brother?"
I believe that's exactly what she said.
Okay, how tall is he?
It's like 6'2".
Yeah, Gaius is like, "I'm gonna look like a child in that."
Perhaps you could wear
Don't you fucking say, Gro.
I was gonna say no, and then I just kind of go, maybe he's got an old one from when he was like 10.
Hate you both.
I bet you love playing someone short with you being 6'7".
And then
What
I
do you
go,
guys do?
I'm off to actually go do the excuse that I gave so that I'm not a total liar. And now I'll be going to ask for Aros's clothes.
Who's
Yeah, I'm
doing what
gonna go
first?
see
Avros?
Everest.
He's down in his office. You've been there before, guys. Are you going with him?
Yeah.
You go in there. You knock on the door, and as you push the door open, you see he's at his desk, hard at work. And he looks up. He goes, "Hello, gentlemen. How did it go with my mother?"
Well,
Better than expected.
your sister's going with us, and in her excitement, she suggested that we borrow clothing from you.
Oh, she is generous like that. You are always welcome to my clothing. I should have many traveling cloaks and whatnot. Just something to keep you warm. Essentially, it can get a little chilly out in the forest late at night. He heads upstairs to his bedroom. He goes like, "Follow me," and as he opens up his bedroom, you see that's a very beautiful, sprawling, west-facing bedroom. And kind of in darker, moodier colors, and you see like kind of at the armchair by the fireplace in here, there's like documents. There's some more like swords hanging on the wall. Ones that seem a little more like well kept, a little more intricately made, maybe a bit special to him. And then around the corner, is he kind of opens it up and he says like, "Have at it, gentlemen," and he goes, I will just be over here. I forgot some documents here. I must have fallen asleep in my armchair." And you guys are in his closet. Can I get a perception check, please?
Dirty 20.
24.
As you guys are going through here, you see various kind of rows of like very richly colored things, very beautifully crafted, like stuff you'd wear to balls, and then everyday clothes like white dress shirts, sort of walking jackets. In the back, you see more traveling cloaks, and you find ones that are your size are Belrio, no problem. I would say that Gaius, the cloaks you pick out maybe trail the ground a bit, but it's thick enough, good quality that it'll at least keep you warm. So you're not just like out and about, just with like nothing to protect you from the elements. If you want, you could probably borrow more like street clothes, like just kind of like traveling clothes. Otherwise, I would maybe. What did you get on your perception? I'm so sorry.
Dirty 20.
And
Mine was a 24.
okay. Arby, as you're kind of pawing through, you find behind the clothes kind of a indent in the wall.
Is there? Okay, so the closet, I assume, is like a walk-in closet type of situation,
Mhm.
where we're not in direct eye line of
Correct. He's
Avros.
around the
Okay.
corner. And he kind of yells like, "If something needs to be adjusted, I think my sister has like a spell or something. So just take whatever you want. She can fix it for you."
I would like to investigate this indent further.
Sure. As you give me an investigation check.
17.
As you run your fingers along it, you can see it's kind of like a one of those doors that you push in, it locks smooth, but if you push it out, it kind of opens. And as you push your hand against it, it opens wider. And inside, you can find very dark traveling clothes, but they're very kind of more durably made. Sort of something like dark leathers and a thicker cloak that one might wear if one is maybe expecting a fight. Um, and then you kind of maybe reach a little further in and you can see there's like a bit of cloth, like longer, that looks like it would be something that someone would wear as like sort of a mask to cover their face.
Is there anything, any identifiable marks or symbols or anything on the clothing, or is it just like plain clothing,
You'd see
essentially?
that the boots in there have like very worn. There's like a line of mud on them. But no identifiable symbols or anything like that.
And the size of the clothes, do they look like they're clothes he would wear now at his age, or
Yeah.
do the clothes have any pockets?
Yes.
Of course
I'd
they
like
do.
to
They're male.
investigate the pockets.
You reach in and you find in one pocket a pouch containing, sorry, 500 gold. And in the other pocket, you find a very beautifully crafted silver and diamond necklace. You can give me a history check if you want, but I will tell you it's going to be a pretty high DC.
Well, I am proficient with history, so I might as well give it a go. $25.
You feel like you've seen this necklace around the neck of like someone at a ball once or twice, but you can't quite remember which family or which person.
I will put the gold and the necklace back in the pockets where I found them. I will try to put the clothes back the way I found them. And very quiet. Oh,
Go ahead. I was going to ask Gaius what you're doing while Arby's doing all this.
With the dirty 20, do I see him going through the stuff?
I think after the dirty 20 was to find it,
Mm-hmm.
but he just beat you out barely by that. I think at some point though, you do notice him kind of like rummaging in the back for a while, but there's so many clothes in here. It's like he's kind of blocked, but you could.
He's gonna like peek over and just like, you having trouble picking out a color? And he's just like looking at what he's doing.
No, just momentarily distracted. That's all.
Insight check. 15.
I mean, he was momentarily distracted. I think that's kind of up to you and the DM as to how
How would you
insight
rate?
plays out.
How would you rate a lie of omission?
I would say that you can tell that he was definitely distracted.
He shakes his head. He's like, look, stop going through his fun things and just pick some clothes out for guests. And then he just leaves.
I will very quietly close that door back up, grab some nondescript gray-toned clothes, and step out of the closet.
Congrats.
As you step out, Avros goes like, good choice. He goes, he looks at Guy, says whatever Guy's picked out, he goes, a little big on you. But like I said, my sister can fix that for you, no problem.
Like
Just ask her nicely. She doesn't just like doing spells like a show monkey.
well, it would be a nice help. I don't want to look like the child gallivanting through the forest.
That would be bad for your image. And he looks up just at our burial. And he goes, I am sorry that I can't go with you. But maybe one day soon we could take another trip out there and I could show you all my favorite spots.
Guys, would you give us a minute, please?
Sure. I think I'll go pay a visit, and see if I can't get this a little more to my size.
I'll catch up with you.
Then he excuses himself and shuts the door behind him.
And Arby walks up to Avros and kind of places his hands on his shoulders and just looks at him for a moment. Then his hands
Hi.
kind of like run down his arms, so he's holding on to Avros's hands. If I asked you to come with us, would you?
Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
21.
He kind of looks like a little overwhelmed. And he goes, if it was you asking, yes.
Smile kind of creeps onto Arby's face. I know you have responsibilities here. So I won't ask you. This city needs you almost as much as I do, Avros.
He kind of shakes his head. He goes, well, I got my hopes up for nothing then. And I think with that, he takes a step back and he goes like, okay, well, I'm sure you've heard it a million times already, but that forest is dangerous, so please be safe and make it back in time so that I can take you out there myself and give you a real tour.
Does he like turn to leave after that, or is he just
I mean, it's his
staying
room,
put?
so he's kind of staying put.
When we come back from this trip, you and I will make some time. I promise. Just, I know everyone keeps telling us to be safe, but while we're away, I want you to be as safe as you possibly can, given everything that's going on.
And he was like, don't start, because I'm fine.
Yes, that's the response we give as well. I mean it, Avros.
Well, I will be safe, but I am charging you with the care of my sister.
Well, I feel like that's not going to be a problem after everything that just transpired. You weren't there, were you? You didn't hear it. Well, that's not my business to. Um, you know, I've already said too much.
What are you talking about? Don't keep secrets right before you leave. That's no fun.
Let me just say that your sister has an admirer that was very unexpected to me.
Can you tell me?
Oh, I don't know if I should.
Come on, please.
Avros throws persuasion.
Is it you as well? Because that's just getting a little weird for me.
No. As long as you don't say anything before they have a chance to figure it out themselves.
No, I would never. Anyone's better than that newspaper con man. No offense.
I didn't want to say anything in front of your mother, but the best thing about that man is that he can be bought.
You're so smart. It's one of the best things about you. But tell me who it is. Stop trying to distract me. What is it?
It's Maddie. Apparently, she's had eyes for your sister for quite a while.
I like Maddie. I like her a lot.
I
Very
do
cool.
too.
Very great. I like that. All right. Well, all that aside, I just please make sure that Marina comes back in one piece. I might seem like overprotective older brother, but and you can see here it gets kind of quiet. He goes, I think my protective side is so great for her because if I let myself think about it too much, I kind of have to accept the fact that I need her a lot more than she needs me. So please be careful with her.
We'll all make sure that she comes back unharmed. To the best of our ability.
I think with that, he steps forward and he places a quick peck on your cheek. And you're like, oh, anyway, have a good trip. And he steps out onto his balcony.
Yeah, I should be going. We'll see you when I'm gonna bye.
Okay.
And he kind of scurries out of the room, closing the door behind him. But a couple seconds later, he comes kind of bursting through the door again. He's like, no, Avros, come with us.
What?
Come with me.
He goes, I might have to follow you late. Are you able to delay until nighttime at least? Because that would
I'll
be
delay
easier to
as long
sneak
as you
out.
need me to, Evros.
Okay. It's probably getting to be like evening time. He goes, just give me like. Actually, it's getting to be late. My grandfather goes to bed kind of early because he's old. I could probably sneak out. I could do it as long as we're not in there too long, and as long as I could bribe Miriam to kind of say that I'm just sleeping and I'm not well. And so we won't be in there for super long, right? Wait, what is wrong with me? I'm so boring now. I'm coming. And he's like, just give me 1 second. And he goes into his
Of
closet.
course.
He goes, I'll meet you down there, or I'll meet you out by the forest.
All right, I'll be waiting.
Okay.
And I go join the rest of the group.
Okay. Maddie, you're with Marina in her room. She goes, I'm so excited. It's been so long since I've been to the forest. Have you been to the forest?
No, I'm excited because I've never really gone in there. So
It's terrifying, but it's beautiful. She goes, I know you're going to love it.
I'm sure I will.
She goes, do you think Sinari will mind if we just pick out something for her? Like, she's not going to like be like, this looks ugly on me.
She is the last person I thought I would think to care about
I th-
whether something looks ugly in going into the forest.
I thought so too, but I didn't want to assume. She goes, come on. And she goes into her room, into her closet. And you see, as you step in, books everywhere, piled high in towers, like some like just strewn up across her bed, some in front of the fireplace. She's like, I'm sorry my room is such a mess. I always feel bad having like Miriam come in to clean because she's so old. So I should really do it myself, but
No, it's amazing.
thank you.
It's like your own personal library.
I have actually been building my own library, and these are like all of my books because all the books in the library are all my father's books, but these are all my books.
Understood. And I'm gonna like take a glance at the books as we're walking to her closet. I'm gonna try not to linger too long and get distracted, but
She goes, do you like to read like murder mysteries or romance, or do you like fantasy, or do you like sci-fi, or do you like nonfiction, or do you like,
I mean I haven't really found a nonfiction book that I haven't felt boring.
Oh yeah, no.
But
I am in agreement.
yeah, I I prefer fantasy, and I mean it just depends on what I'm feeling that day. I have
Sure.
I have like I usually have at least one of each of murder mystery, sci-fi, romance, and fantasy. All of them at least like halfway read through.
Yeah.
I
A
I,
lot
I
of
go between them.
I have a lot of spell books as well. Just because I'm always learning. But yeah, I'm the same way. I need to have like a good mix. And she comes out with a big armful of clothes. She's like, you can pick, but I think this color would look nice on you. And it's like a very deep blue. And she holds it out to you. She's like, we're about the same size, right?
I think so.
Okay. She goes, and I guess I'll just pick out this little like black one for Sinari. She looks like she likes black. I don't know her that well, actually.
I think that she would say that it'll help her hide better.
Right, right. So she tucks it under her arm and then she ducks in and she gets changed really fast. She comes out and she's wearing like a very deep green sort of like traveling cloak with traveling clothes underneath. And she goes, all right. I'm so excited. Thank you for talking to my mother. Genuinely. She is
A lot.
she's a lot. Yeah, she is kind of incorrigible about this whole thing with the Viscount.
From what I've heard of him, he doesn't seem to be your favorite choice.
No, it actually kind of like angers me. The thing that angers me most about it, it's not the fact that she wants me to find a husband or like a spouse or anything. It's like that's fine. If I find someone I like, I'll definitely, pursue them. But it's like, why would you wish him for me, That man is hardly a man. He is shallow and vain, a gossip, he's corrupt, he cares for nothing but his stupid little newspaper, which isn't even that good. And the thing that hurts most is the fact that she chose him for me. It's like she doesn't even know me. I know I'm venting, but whatever. Stupid.
No, feel free to talk to me about anything at any time. But yeah, it's difficult not having a choice in the matter. But I mean, I personally don't know what she sees in him that makes him seem like the best choice for you. Okay, I didn't want to say it.
Money and standing.
That's
It's like she's been vying for this since before my father passed. And he didn't even say anything in my defense. Like, I loved my father very much. He was wise and he had a good heart, but he was such a coward at times, especially when it came to my mom. But nobody talks about that because nobody knows. It's just me. I don't know. Sorry, this is so much. And it's okay if you don't know what to say because he just recently passed. I get it. There's a lot of history there, but it's just like, I don't know.
well. I mean, it's not an arranged marriage, right? You don't have
No,
people.
no. But
Okay.
I know this man, and he's like a dog with a bone. Like, he's like, yeah, I know. If he is focused on something, he's gonna go after it. And he's like not gonna give it up. And he thinks he's like very like the perfect gentleman, and he's not, and he thinks like he's deserves me or something, or that'd be some great like victory to be able to land me or something. And it's like, no, not
Sounds like
really.
sounds like we need to get some dirt on him just to show your mother.
Yeah, I think so. Like,
I'm
actually,
sure
let's get
Sonari
some
would
dirt
help.
on him. Yeah, but I would do that with you too. But we can bring Sinari.
Um,
I feel like Sinari is someone that gets a little like kind of have happy. I don't want to kill him. I just want to scare him or like
ooh,
drag him like through the mud, drag his name through the mud.
that is a good idea. I can talk with, or we can talk with my friends and see what they know about him and see
Yeah,
if
I just
we
know
can
that
get some
he's such a
plans going.
he's a rake. And
Oof.
despite what my mother says about rakes, I don't want to marry a former one. She goes, "Thanks for letting me vent." I
Of
don't
course.
really have a lot of friends to vent to, but I appreciate you. And she goes, I heard about kind of what happened with your family, and I just want to say that I know that's hard, but I am so in awe of the fact that you just walked away. I know that must have been scary.
Honestly, I was so mad I wasn't thinking.
Well, it made me really want to be your friend when I heard that.
Are you thinking about walking away?
No, I'm not, because as much as they irritate me, I love my family. Not that you don't love your family, but at the end of the day, I couldn't do that to Avros.
Oh. Um,
Everest was kind of like my first real friend, and he very much like protected me in that big brother way, but or at least he tried his best, but it's kind of hard when one parent is so busy needing to be parented, but he did his best and I just kind of want better for him.
I understand. I know I need to go back to my family and see. I don't even have the words to say to them about it, but
I mean, you don't have to go back. You could just stay here and live with us. We have 50 guest rooms.
that
You don't have
But
to answer. It's just a
I
throwaway option, but
I like the idea. I just need to think about it because
sure. Also, I feel I should be truthful with you. I lied about how many guest rooms we have. It's
how
more
many
like
do you
10.
Okay. I mean,
He
I need like one maybe.
Yeah. But, we should probably head downstairs.
Yes, that we should.
And, you guys head downstairs, and it's starting to turn into evening, and is it okay unless, Scenario, you had something you wanted to do other than just, like, checking with Miriam that the rations are all set?
The only other thing I was gonna do is just check if I'd like if I'd heard back from High Song or something from the letter. Um
Oh,
and also probably send off like a quick one to like quick we probably have some sort of special access of the
probably the
eyes.
letter would have gone to the Eye's headquarters.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair. Then aside from that, I'm just like with Miriam, like being piled up with rations because I picture her just being like a grandmother who's just being
I go,
like,
"Dearie, are you even eating? You look absolutely famished. Oh my god."
and it's
She,
like,
like, squeezes your arm. She's like, "You are so skinny. Oh
and I've got
my
like I'm
lord.
holding 20 rations, and she's like, and like these are just for you, and I'm just like, we don't need,
I need you
we're
to
gonna be
eat
fine.
up. You're going into the forest. You're gonna need these." So, and then she kind of hustles you guys out. And you guys are walking to the edge of the forest, and you see Rena standing there looking very imperious. And she fixes you all with kind of a look that's just eerily like Lord Partington's, like that very icy blue look. She goes, "Is everyone quite prepared?"
Yes, ma'am.
Not quite. We have one more joining us.
And here, give me a second. Actually, as you guys are walking out of the garden, you hear like, "Actually, I'm right here," and Avros appears as if from nowhere. And as you look at him, you clock that dark kind of outfit that was hidden in his closet. And as you're looking at it now, it looks very kind of tactical, like Batman. And he like adjusts his cloak. He goes, "Let's get through this." And Rena goes like, "Oh, very well." She goes, "It has been quite a long time since I have accompanied my nephew and niece into the forest, so this will be fun." And as you guys are approaching the forest, she goes, "Please bear in mind, nothing in the forest is as it seems. Try to stay together as best you can. If you get lost, your greatest course of action is to find your friends. Alone, you're dead. Together, you're stronger." And she gives you all kind of a gesture. And are you guys stepping in one by one, or are you crossing the threshold individually?
I think we should probably cross over as a group. She did say stay together.
Yeah, literally just did.
Hand in
Yep,
hand
so-
or whatever. Walk-
Remember
As-
your buddy. Remember the buddy system.
As you guys crush the threshold of the forest, you feel kind of like a collective shiver passing through all of you as a group, kind of like the wave. But it kind of overwhelms you all, and you hear sort of a rushing in your ear, as like it sounds like hundreds of voices kind of yelling out at once, crying, laughing, screaming, etc. And it's like all taking over your eardrums to the point where you feel like you are just sound. You are just made entirely of sound, and you can't even feel each other's hands anymore. I need everybody to hold on a second. Sorry, a super cute guy asked me if I wanted a Subway. As you guys stepping through, it sounds like you're feeling like you're just made up of sound. I need everybody to give me a strength saving throw.
Ah,
Fuck. A strength saving throw?
I mean, I
Yes, give
guess.
it to me.
we all have noodle arms.
Oh no. That's not great for when you're going hand in hand into a forest.
I am dex based.
This is going to be a group kind of a strength check as well as like a strength saving throw sort of. So one affects the other.
I got a 6.
Hey, that's okay, honey.
I got a 16.
Okay.
Harvey.
I got a 17.
Okay.
I got a 13.
What order are you guys holding hands in?
I'm-
fi-
You go first.
I figured I was going to be holding Marina's hand and Sonari's hand. Unless you
I would
want
say
to.
that just because of how dense the trees are, it
Mhm.
would probably only be able to fit the 4 of you, and then they would follow after you with their aunt. So, if you want it to be like you, Sonari, RB, Gaius, or whatever, just let me know now.
I think Gaius is bringing up the back.
Okay.
Sonar would probably be hanging out in the arena. Like,
I'll hold your hand, Maddie.
Thank you. I'm gonna
As
break
you
that handhold, but still, sorry.
as you guys step into the forest and the sound overwhelms you, you all feel your fingers slipping from each other as like a great force of like effect is dragging you apart from each other. Gaius, it's almost reminiscent of when Lady Laridia transported you to this area where you could encompass the whole world. You feel like that rush of motion through magical means. And you're all plopped kind of unceremoniously down in the dirt. Only you realize it's not dirt. And as you look down at yourselves, you can see that you're not dressed in your traveling clothes anymore. You're dressed in your finest clothes. And you're down on kind of a gravel road. And looking up, you see the entrance to the Partington estate. The lights are dim, and you can hear the sound of people laughing and drinking and toasting from within. And you realize these are the same clothes you wore on the night of the Partington ball. And as you look around you, you realize while you're all seeing kind of the same entrance, kind of the same locale, you're alone walking up the stairs to the Partington estate. And as you look, a wave of deja vu kind of crashes over you, and you realize you've been transported back to that very first night. Same sounds, same people, same drinks are flowing, same treats. And you don't quite know how. But you realize that you have to make it out of there. And I think that's where we're going to end for the night.
Oh, that's a hell of a cliffhanger.
Right?
Love it.
Oh my god.
Cool. Alrighty, guys. Take it away, Rojan.
That I will. Everyone, thank you so much for tuning on in today for another episode of The Downfall of Propriety. If this is your first time here, this is not the only show that we do. Coming up tomorrow is going to be another episode of Wayward Wanderers, which is our Pathfinder 2 Extinction Curse campaign run by Azarin. Coming up on Monday is going to be Destiny Forge Campaign 4, which is another 5th edition campaign that I run. Tuesday, we've got Star Wars Tales of the Outer Rim, which is a Star Wars game run by Tilt. Coming up this Thursday is another episode of Mass Effect Horizons, which is a Mass Effect game that is run by Zorro. On the alternating Thursdays and coming up on the 19th? Yes, the 19th.
I believe so, yeah.
Is going to be the first episode of our new game on the alternating Thursdays of A New Era, which is another game that I run. On Saturday, we will have another episode of Withered Wastes. And then again, and on the alternate, sorry, I'm losing my mind. On the alternating Saturdays, you have us here, of course, on The Downfall of Propriety, which is a Bridgerton-inspired mini-adventure that is run by Mulls. And that is pretty much all the shows for now, I should say. But we are going to head on off. Thank you, everybody, for tuning on in. And we will catch you on tomorrow. Till then, have a good one.
Bye.